Hey guys, PIEGUYRULZ here. Welcome to another live stream. Let me know if you guys can hear me. How is everyone doing out there on this lovely Sunday night? Hey, hey, hey. I am kind of tired, but I wanted to do this. I was like, you know what? We got the momentum from last week. Let's keep going. Next weekend is probably a no-go because it's Easter. So let's do it this weekend. Hello, hello, hello. Oh man, yeah, it's good. It's nice outside. I do indeed enjoy the weather. Uh, oh, my YouTube studio is saying now is a good time to insert ads. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. The best time to insert ads during your live stream is as you're greeting everyone and waiting for people to funnel in, apparently. Uh, but I don't think we'll do that. Hello, hello, hello. So today we are going to be tier listing season 3 and hopefully season 4 if we have the time. It depends on really how long we go on season 3. But we are going to be tier listing my reviews. If you missed last week, basically we're just like rewatching my old every episode of SpongeBob videos and we're tier listing my reviews. Most of it's kind of arbitrary, like the C's and the D's here. They're just kind of like whatever reviews, but some of them I think are pretty bad, and a few have floated to the top, and that's nice. Nothing's an S tier yet. I have heard that season 3 is not my best, and yeah, I believe it. I do remember there's some sort of weird audio issue with this, but we'll just have to see what we do. Um, Literally just watching your season 1 Adventure Time review. Well, thank you. Yeah, pretty proud of those. Hello, hello. Watching the season 8 review. Wow, people, it still astounds me how even years later people watch these every episode reviews. But I guess in a lot of ways it's kind of timeless, or it's at least as timeless as the episodes I review are for the most part. Obviously, as we're gonna see today, there's some cringe with videos that are like 10 plus years old, but for a little more newer videos, you know, hopefully there's a little more evergreen nature to them. Thank you for the super chat, Party Nick 25. I gotta get on something right now, but just want to quickly say I'm happy you're back, and I hope you have a great stream. Well, thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your party, Nick. uh, all right, we'll give it another minute or two, and then start the video. My season 6 video was the best. That's probably true. Somewhere season 6 or 7. I haven't seen in a little while. Although, hot take, I kind of feel like maybe my Spongy Bits and Square Theory videos are maybe the best things I've ever done. I don't know. Probably not all of them, but I feel like when I did go back to them a few years ago at this point, some of them I'm like, wow, like I'm actually making some good points here. I actually really like what I'm saying here. It's actually interesting. So I don't know. Maybe that's a hot take, but yeah. Thank you for the super chat. I should probably make the text bigger for my stupid wizard eyes. Pranav Rao 6370. I'm gonna call your live stream from last weekend a good live stream. Well, thank you. Nice for you to make one again. Well, thank you again for the super chat, Quantum. Thank you. Season 6 has to be the best. What do you guys think? Put it in the chat here. Let me know which season is my best season review, and what series of mine do you think is like the best series that I've done? People do love Bottom of the Bakery. That's true. That's true. I would be a little scared to look at Bottom of the Bakery again. I don't know. I feel like I never got the concept of that really like off the ground well enough. I don't think I should have done more. I don't know. I'm always on myself about not having enough visuals in these videos, but I know those are very popular. Thank you for the super chat, Korean Autist. Any cartoon / animation YouTubers you still watch? Me personally, I still occasionally watch Mr. Enter, LS Mark, and Shady Do Rags. I I watch The Real Gyms a lot. That's probably the bulk of it. I do quite frequently watch the real gyms, and then I send him texts and tell him that his videos are amazing, and yeah, and I'm sure I'm sure he's sick of that by now, but yeah, I do love me some real gyms. Thank you for the super chat. Oh dear, Doro Thy the Euphonetic. Since you have seen season 11, which I think you would call meh, I wonder what you if you've seen some of the season 12 and beyond. If so, what do you think? No, I definitely have not seen that. I don't believe. There is I think maybe I mentioned this last time, but there's one episode from season 11 that stands out in my mind, and I really really enjoyed that episode so much, and uh I'm saving that. I hope I haven't mentioned it. Maybe I did. I don't know. But I'm kind of saving it for like if I ever want to do one more SpongeBob review, or if I want to just include it in an upcoming video as a joke. Just like secretly put one episode from season 11 reviewed inside of a different video. I think could be a funny concept. Especially if I only half review it. Like I just cut to it at the end of a video that has nothing to do with. Let's see. Oh my gosh, you guys, the super chats. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Classic Luigi fan. It's amazing how little your voice has changed over the years. LOL. I also think season 4 is when your critical voice started to come into its own. That's probably true. I think season 4 and 5 were kind of the coming into my own, and then 6 and 7, and I don't really remember a lot of 8, but probably 6 through 9 are the best. And then season 10, I was burnt out. Season 10 was kind of like I almost didn't want to do it, and then I'm like, well, it's a short season, I might as well, right? Thank you for the super chat. Alexander NX, been a fan of your channel since 2014. That is wild. That is always amazing to me how long some of you have stuck around. That's so fantastic. Did I see Mr. Enters Why Season 4 hated new video? No, I have not. I have not. Thank you for the super chat. I should probably say something else other than thank you for the super chat every single time, right? But thank you, Noxier. Couldn't make it to the last live stream, but I'm here now, and welcome back, Pie Guy. My favorite series is your Let's Play channel, if that counts. Wow! Well, I might have some good news for you. Depending on what content you're looking for, I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do next on that channel. I might stream Titans of the Tide, or Cosmic Shake. That was the other one, right? I also am in talks with Shadow about potentially doing something else together on that channel, but we'll see. Oh gosh, so many super chats. Thoughts on Ink Lemonade? Thank you, Pran. Did I see Ink Lemonade? Was that one of the season 11, or did I just see I've seen a review on Ink Lemonade. I don't know if I've actually seen the episode. It looks pretty bad. It looks like my opinion would probably be what you'd expect my opinion to be. Oh gosh. All right, before we gosh, you guys are derailing me here. But yeah, what are people saying in terms of, let's say, series? Animal Crossing Abridged. That's funny. Definitely not actually. Bottom of the Bakery. People do love Bottom of the Bakery. Yep. SpongeBob reviews remind me of Vsauce. What do you mean? These are 10 plus years old. I was there for Animal Crossing Abridged. Seriously, Squid? There's no way. There's no way, right? There's no way. That's so long ago. Thank you, Alex S. Warrior. My personal favorite episode is from season 4. Have you seen the Snail? Loved your series as a kid and still do now. Oh boy. Well, we'll talk about Have You Seen the Snail when we get to the season 4 review. Last super chat from me, from Quantomy. But again, it feels so surreal seeing you back again. It feels surreal to be back. It feels great to be back. Discovered your channel through the Bottom of the Bakery SETI arc. Yeah, I did like doing the SETI arc. It's still crazy to me that like those episodes of iCarly are some of the most watched things on Nickelodeon ever, like on Premiere. They have got the most views because Nickelodeon knew how to I guess like play into the shipping of it all, right? Like, they knew how to advertise that. They knew, for whatever reason, for good or bad, kids really, really wanted to see what would happen if Sam and Freddy dated. Um, Thank you from Shadik. Oh, Pie Guy, how do? I how do great. Thoughts on I Lost My Mind being banned? I think I talked about it in that video. I don't know. I don't know. Some of the mental institution stuff, it's just so out there that I almost feel like it's not insulting because it's just so weird. You know, like, it's just like not even in our reality by any chance. But honestly, I'm not too upset with it being taken out of rotation just because the shipping aspect of it. Oh, this is a good question. Thank you, Ryan. And then we really got to get into it here, guys. We got to get into this. We got stuff to do. But what do you think of Adventure Time side quests? It's like a Lost seasons 1 through 2 episodes thing. Yeah. So if you guys don't know, Adventure Time, I want to say a year or 2 years maybe now, got announced that they were doing like 5 different projects in addition to Fiona and Cake season 2, which actually happened. They announced again that there's going to be an Adventure Time movie. They announced that there's going to be a BMO preschool show. They announced that there's going to be Adventure Time side quests, which, yeah, it's supposed to be either before the series or like during the early days of the series, and the tone is supposed to be like seasons 1 and 2. I'm unclear if any of these projects are actually still happening, especially with Warner Brothers selling itself. But I like all of that, honestly. I'd be happy to have a BMO preschool show to show my kid. That'd be cool. But yeah, no, I am an enjoyer of all things Adventure Time. Well, I guess not all things Adventure Time, but I enjoy all styles of Adventure Time, and I love the early days, the SpongeBob-esque feel of it. So I'm happy to get a little more of that since we've leaned really heavy into the more dramatic lore, seriousness angle with Distant Lands and Fiona and Cake. It's kind of nice to maybe get some more lighthearted stuff as well. I like both of them. Is Bizarro Bakery still something on the table? Thank you, son of a Capri Sun. Fantastic name. Probably not. I don't think I'd return to the bakery series. I don't know. People have wanted me to review the iCarly reboot, and I haven't seen it. I honestly haven't seen it. Maybe I would. I don't know. Nothing is completely off the table, but no, probably not bakery related. All right, everyone. Let us get into this. So I don't know when this came out. My memory is that the first 3 season reviews came out within months of each other, and I don't want to say I rushed it because I didn't have like a format down yet in terms of like how I made these. Like this wasn't a giant production yet. This was just like, it's a video. Like it's a big video, but it's still a video. It's not a big old production. So yeah, June 20th, 2013. Oh, and that comment was redacted, so maybe they're wrong. September 23rd, 2013. Haha. But yeah. So I just kind of like cranked these out, and if there's going to be any seasons of SpongeBob to maybe gloss over, like, it kind of makes sense to do it to the first 3 because there's plenty of great things you could say, and some of these episodes are deserving of really good analysis. But at the same time, everyone knows I was going to review most of these episodes as good, right? Like, I think that was just kind of obvious. The real point of the series was to review things that I hadn't seen before. And so, yeah, so here we go. Let's dive into it.
Welcome back to every episode of SpongeBob
Let me know if you guys can hear this.
Season 3 edition. Last time I mentioned that Seasons 2 and 3 blur together a bit in my mind, but after watching Season 2 again, I'm pretty sure I have a clear picture of what's coming for me in Season 3. Before we begin, let me just point out that there's been one more change in format here. In the upper right-hand corner, you'll see the date that the episode originally aired on Nickelodeon, as well as the number it aired in...
Alright, Pi, you don't have to over-explain this. Although I guess the number thing kind of is worthy of explanation. I feel like I've still gotten people asking what these numbers are for.
The season. So for instance, The Algae's Always Greener was the first episode in production order, However, it was the 7th episode out of the season 3 episodes aired. I point all this out because Nickelodeon has a very strange airing order. It starts to really show later in this season when things get really weird, but we'll get to that later. For now, let's just start with the first episode, episode 41A, The Algae's Always Green.
Alright, so, yeah, there's like a weird audio issue, and I'm not sure, like, what the deal was there. It sounds like there's an echo, like I am maybe recording directly into a MacBook. I'm not 100% certain if that's what I was doing at that point. I feel like I probably had my Snowball microphone. I feel like the first 2 seasons also sounded better, but at this point, I just really had no concept of what good audio even sounded like. So I'll cut myself a little bit of slack, but I wish it sounded better than it did. Hey, Pie Guy, I never unsubscribed from you. Glad to see you sort of back. Also, I was part of your Discord server. Do you recognize the name Average Man 7? Maybe. Honestly, I recognize you guys more from your profile pictures than I do the names. For some reason, the images, like, stand out to me very, very vividly. Which is a problem because, you know, people change their profile picture, understandably. Maybe I had GarageBand set to the wrong input. I didn't record on GarageBand. Come on. Actually, I don't even know what I was recording onto at this point. Maybe it was No, it wasn't GarageBand. Alright. Let's get into this first review.
Plankton uses a machine to see what it would be like to switch lives with Mr. Krabs. Fun fact, Plankton eats holographic meatloaf, even though he lives in a fast food restaurant. The chum bucket must be really nasty if Plankton won't even eat it.
Fair.
Anyway, my favorite part is Mr. Krabs in the nude. But is this episode made of sponge or scum? It's a good episode. I love Plankton as a character, and it is wonderful seeing him in the role of Mr. Krabs, having to deal with overactive, over-hyper SpongeBob, and absolutely lazy Squidward. It's a miracle Mr. Krabs manages to get anything done in his business between these two crazy guys, and seeing Plankton play the straight man, in addition to Mr. Krabs' naked wackiness in this episode, it makes it absolutely wonderful and a fun way to start out the season. Get your water wing.
That's a D tier review. That is not good. That was just not good. I listed a few things that I liked, but I could have said more for sure. I will say, this slide design is maybe like my favorite slide design of all the ones. I know it definitely gets more complicated as we go on, but just the simplicity of the clarinet and the t-shirts. I also always like it when these text boxes are nice and square for me. Sometimes I went with like weird obscure shapes later on, or circles in the first season. It's like, how do I fit the text in here? Yeah, that's a D. Hey, Pie Guy, great to see you're back and doing well. I just have a quick question. What was the music used in the SpongeBob You're Fired rant from the Season 9 ranking video? I have no idea. It should be credited. Alright.
Because we're on episode 41B, SpongeGuard on duty. SpongeBob pretends to be a lifeguard even though he can't swim. Fun fact, SpongeBob can't swim. Yeah, America's favorite underwater creature cannot swim. Oh, you gotta love that irony. Anyway, my favorite part is SpongeBob and Patrick drowning. It takes a lot of good comedic timing to make something as horrifying as drowning funny, but SpongeBob and Patrick managed to do it. But is this episode spongy, or has it been sinking in the lagoon long enough to go some scum? It is in fact a good episode. I love the way it parodies the lifeguarding as seen on TV. Yeah, if you look at TV lifeguarding, it's mostly about walking around shirtless, having people adore you, lifting weights, being awesome. However, the gravity of the situation is you actually do have to, save lives every so often, and SpongeBob finds that out the hard way. Also, this is Larry's biggest performance to date. Larry's in that strange third tier of SpongeBob characters where they're there for most crowd scenes, but they're also usually only used for 1 or 2 gags, or maybe occasionally a little bit of an antagonist. He's not very often utilized, and as such, I think it makes him a pretty good character because you're not oversaturated with Larry. All that plus a bunch of clever jokes about the whole water-underwater thing, and it adds up to one really awesome episode.
Yeah, I don't know. I could have just said it was like a parody of Baywatch and moved on. That was a lot of words to explain that. Yeah, I think maybe a C. Could I share the tier list? No, it's my tier list. Get your own. I don't know if you Google or if you go on Tier Maker and search Pie Guy, it's probably there. Maybe I'll send a list when it's all done because I only have up to the season 4 slides on here currently. But thank you for the super chat, Harvey Beaks fan. Appreciate the Harvey Beaks vids you've made, Pie Guy. They're the best Harvey videos that are on YouTube. The show also just had its 11th anniversary. No way is Harvey Beaks 11 years old. That's it's a new Nicktoon, isn't it? Oh man. Does the memory of you being young, having over 30 splinters in your feet on a deck still haunt you? Yes, actually. I was in a situation recently where someone I know got a splinter in their foot, like a giant wooden splinter, and I was the only one around to help get it out, and I was genuinely too traumatized to actually help. They had to pull it out of their foot themselves. Because, yeah, I didn't realize I was that traumatized, but apparently I am. Ugh. But yeah, see tier review on that one. I don't know. I also there's just like a cringy tone that I have already fresh out the gate here in season 3 where I'm like, oh, and it's so funny that SpongeBob cannot swim. Oh, good heavens! Can you appreciate the comedic irony of that situation? Like, I don't know. I'm just too like, blech. The music says it's from a composer, but the website it's from seems to have been revamped. Probably the track that was used is gone. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish I could help you, but I don't remember. A lot of times with those old music pulls, I pulled it, I credited it, and then I never thought about it again. So, I'm sorry.
Magic Conch, which episode of SpongeBob is next?
Nothing.
No, it's actually 42A, Club SpongeBob. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward get stranded in the wilderness. Fun fact, the Magic Conch is similar to the real-world Magic 8-Ball. My favorite part? The Magic Conch itself. Come on, that thing is absolutely hilarious in that it seems to have
absolutely hilarious! I said the line! I say that a lot.
Out for Squidward. I don't need the Magic Conch to tell me that this is a good episode. So, a lot of people don't like this episode, and I can kind of understand why. I mean, it's one of those...
Is that true? Do people not like this episode? It might be true. I'm not sure.
Versus against Squidward episodes, and it also has SpongeBob and Patrick acting particularly stupid, even more so than usual. But it makes sense when you think about how much of a jerk Squidward is. I mean, if he just kept on walking by SpongeBob and Patrick in the beginning, he wouldn't have gotten them all into this mess in the first place. So I could see how this episode can be irksome, but honestly, I see a lot of really funny jokes here, and the Magic Conch, to me, is absolutely hilarious.
Oh, I said it again. No, that gets a ScumBob. Two absolutely hilarious is an automatic ScumBob review. I don't say anything about it. Come on, talk about the episode. Like, all I did was just talk about the Magic Conch 3 times. Ugh. I've seen some people not really like this one, but I personally enjoy it. The stream is absolutely hilarious. I should sneak that into videos from now on, like, intentionally. Thank you, Epic Gamer. Hey, Pie Guy, I was wondering, did you ever hear about HeartCon? And if you did you ever consider going? I talked about this last week, but I did hear about it. My friends sent me information about it. Actually, I don't know why. It was a friend that sent me information about it. No, I would never. I don't want to actually like harass Butch Hartman in real life as much as I don't like the man, and also I ain't giving that guy my money. No chance. Please start calling these absolutely hilarious streams. I'm gonna sell merch, guys. It'll be the absolutely hilarious, and it'll have a picture of Hank Hill on it. I don't know. All right, next.
Right along to episode 42B, My Pretty Seahorse. SpongeBob befriends a seahorse. Hey, wait a minute. That title's a reference to My Little Pony, isn't it? Huh. Back before Friendship is Magic was even a thing. You know, I never got that title as a kid.
Yep, Pie Guy. My Little Pony has existed a long time.
I always thought it was strange. Anyway, fun fact. Mystery makes galloping noises despite not actually having anything to gallop with. Yeah, a little bit strange when you actually think about it, but makes sense considering it's a parody of an actual horse. My favorite part is the coin slot, proving once again that SpongeBob is so popular the Nickelodeon censors will approve of anything. But is this episode spongy or scummier than seahorse droppings? It is a good episode. Yeah, the relationship between SpongeBob and Mystery is actually really charming, and this episode has a lot of classic SpongeBob humor, from the random mustache to the flowers attacking Squidward to Patrick's subplot to the random insinuation that the Krusty Krab serves seahorse meat. It's a good and memorable and funny episode all around.
Here's another D tier. We're not doing great here, guys. We're not doing great. I'm not liking this video so far. This is where the cringe is really hitting me. I will say that in later reviews, the sound effect goes along with you saying "good meh" or "SpongeBob." Yeah, I love doing the meh sound effect. That's awesome. Also, I don't know if I think I've mentioned this, but the original sound, which I don't know if I like used in later videos, but in these early ones, the sound for SpongeBob was it was a gunshot sound effect. It's PowerPoint had gunshot sound, and so it's a little weird. The fun facts are really stretching the definition of fun so far. Oh yeah, more like cringe facts.
43A, The Bully. SpongeBob is stalked by a bully. Fun fact, this is the first time the boating school was fully shown. In all previous episodes, it made it just look like the entire school was one classroom. Starting with this one, though, it looks more like a high school, with hallways and payphones and bathrooms and that sort of thing.
I think that's actually a good fun fact, by the way. Like that's something that watching the show, when I was younger, if you watch it out of order on Nickelodeon as they aired it, you wouldn't necessarily like pick up on the fact that like season 3 was when they introduced the boating school is now suddenly high school concept. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying last time about how the show stopped developing at a point. I feel like this is a good development of saying like, okay, well let's make it so SpongeBob's not just in like a classroom. Let's make it so he's basically in high school. And they do that for this episode. They do that for the one where Patrick's in class with him that I'm blanking on the episode name. Wow. New Student Starfish. Yes, New Student Starfish. I thought of it. Hey, I remembered it before any of you said it in the chat. I did. Yeah. The weakest fun fact you did was Esponja is sponge in Spanish in season 6. All right, fine. But yeah.
My favorite part? When the bully gets hit by a car and winds up in the hospital. SpongeBob actually shows up and brings him flowers, and the bully acts at first like, oh man, SpongeBob doing this nice thing for him is totally going to get him off the hook from getting his butt kicked. But nope, he's still gonna kick his butt. So, is this episode spongy or scummier than a sponge in a toilet? It is a good episode. You gotta love how persistent the bully is in this episode. He will go through great lengths to kick SpongeBob's butt. And then at the end, the realization that he literally can't do it is absolutely hilarious.
Oh,
there's also a ton
hilarious.
of other good gags in this episode, and once again, Thomas F. Wilson provides a stellar performance playing a tough guy that torments SpongeBob.
I love how you don't call the bully his name, Flats. Well, he doesn't deserve a name. Yeah, that's a C. That's still not a great review, but I thought the fun fact was nice.
Episode 43B. Just one bite. Squidward becomes addicted to Krabby Patties. Fun fact, this episode has a deleted scene that was only shown in the original airing, and it still airs uncut in Canada.
Hey, an actual deleted scene. Guys, this one's real. And I believe it's been restored, actually.
In some other places. But yeah, apparently when Squidward first gets to the Krusty Krab at night, he notes that there's no burglar alarm. He opens the door, and as it turns out, there is a bucket of gas waiting for him and a match. He explodes into a burst of flames, then gets to the kitchen where the same thing happens to him. This scene was cut maybe because of 9/11 terrorist attacks, maybe because it was just too violent, who knows. So do I think the scene should have been removed? Well, maybe. It is a little bit on the violent side, although not as violent as some of the things we've seen on SpongeBob. And I could see how this would remind some of terrorist attacks with the whole gasoline and match.
I really shouldn't be so cavalier talking about terrorist attacks. Thank you for the super chat, Crimson Mayhem. Hey, dude, I have been watching you since high school. Congratulations on the marriage and becoming a father. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Crimson. I remember you. Thank you. Oh gosh, we don't need to do the turning red thing. We don't we don't need to bring that up, all right? 9/11 is relevant to what I'm talking about here, okay? That was the rumored reason for a long time. I don't know if that's fact, but oh, people are saying Just One Bites has not been reinstated in the US. Oh well. That's unfortunate because it's a great scene.
Thing. It also looks like an incredible fiery explosion and could totally be frightening to some children, especially Squidward's
Totally.
reactions. Although I personally find this absolutely hilarious,
Ah.
even though it's censored on the DVD releases, you can see this clip on YouTube. So all that aside, my favorite part is Squidward not having a soul. So, is this episode spongy or scummy? It is a good episode. It has a fantastic plot from the whole green eggs and ham vibe.
Do I really say absolutely hilarious in like almost every one of these? Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Thank you for the super chat. What is my kid's name? I don't think I will be naming my child. I've done painstaking attempts to keep my child off of the internet, pictures and everything. So you can call my kid the little slice. I don't know.
First half has to Squidward desperately trying to eat a Krabby Patty without letting Squidward know. So many
there's a typo, a verbal typo. Squidward has to do this without letting Squidward know.
brilliant gags are born out of this wonderful concept for an episode. It is a very strong plot and a great episode. Although,
Whoa, what's happening here? What's happening here?
from being nitpicky, technically SpongeBob launched a bunch of Krabby Patties into Squidward's mouth in the episode Your Shoes Untied. So technically Squidward has eaten Krabby Patties, although maybe that doesn't really count because they were forcibly
Can I get a nerd emoji in the chat for this? Oh, Pie Guy, what are you doing?
shoved into his mouth by the dozen, and he had to swallow them whole. It's interesting, though, that if they had actually followed good continuity with that, we wouldn't have had this really awesome episode. So it's one of those examples of how, because the show doesn't really follow much of a continuity, they're able to tell the stories they want to tell, regardless of if it goes against anything in the past.
Actually, continuity. Look, the point at least I'm making the point that it's fine that there is no continuity, but it's still just kind of cringe that I'm spending this much time instead of, I don't know, just being like, hey, fun fact, Squidward ate a Krabby Patty in episode 3 or whatever. Like I should have just said that and made that be the fun fact, and move on with it. Yeah, this is a ScumbBob review. Just come on, dude. This episode is amazing, and you need to keep it brief and you need to keep it on topic. I can't believe I put a tangent up on screen and said it's tangent alert.
Episode 44A, Nasty Patty. SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs believe they killed a health inspector.
More Minecraft references.
Fun fact, Squidward is not in this episode, despite the fact that it takes place mostly at the Krusty Krab. Anyway, my favorite part is Mr. Krabs covering for SpongeBob's wacky antics. But is this episode spongy or scummy like a dead body? It's a good episode. The concept of someone as innocent and happy and harmless as SpongeBob thinking that he killed someone is absolutely hilarious.
Stop saying it, Pie Guy. Stop saying it. No. Thank you, Pranva. There's more continuity in recent seasons. Interesting. Well, gosh. Why do I keep saying this? I mentioned it last week, but the whole thing is that with these videos, and a lot of my videos, most of my videos, I just kind of take notes and then record things a little bit off the cuff. The difference is that with later videos, I would extensively audio edit everything and re-record things and like make sure that I wasn't saying the same words and phrases over and over and over again. Thank you for the super chat, Red Kingdom. Hey, Pie Guy, do you still have your own t-shirts? I do still have my Pie Guy shirt. I'm not sure if I fit in it anymore. But yeah, no, I do have the one that my uncle made me all those years ago. I never made merch. If anyone's referring to that, I never did. I don't know who would want that. Thank you for the super chat, Crimson. Absolutely hilarious.
And besides, they make it pretty clear from the start that the health inspector isn't actually dead. You've also got some funny moments with the cops, and like I said, SpongeBob acting guilty is great. It is a good and strangely dark episode.
All right, this review is like brief. It's not great, but I think we could maybe give it a C. There's nothing horribly wrong with it. At least it's brief. Someone make an absolutely hilarious meme instead of absolute cinema. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Moving right along to episode 44B, Idiot Box. Squidward is frustrated by SpongeBob and Patrick's enjoyment of a cardboard box. Fun fact, Squidward wears his sombrero in the camping episode. The box is shown in this episode. My favorite part, box TV. Who doesn't love box puns? But is this episode spongy, or did it collect scum at the bottom of the box? It's a good episode. The plot is one of those classic Squidward can't have fun because he's so uptight, and SpongeBob and Patrick annoy him to death because they can have fun plots. It's a classic SpongeBob formula. There's a bunch of good gags. It's a good and memorable episode. Next up.
I think we'll throw this in C as well. The episode definitely deserves a little bit more discussion, but at the same time, it's just funny. Like it's a hard episode to really dig into because it's just funny. But there, yeah, I don't say absolutely hilarious. Is that it? If I say absolutely hilarious, it goes D or lower. If I don't say it, it gets C and above. Oh my gosh. Maybe I could Photoshop up something with Pie Guy, a PyCon over who is it? Scorsese that's in the meme? I think it's Scorsese over his face. Okay.
Episode 45A, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 4. SpongeBob accidentally shrinks everyone in Bikini Bottom with Mermaid Man's belt. Fun fact, Mermaid Man's belt is purple in this episode, and no other episode in the first 3 seasons, at least, for some reason.
Did we ever get any info on why that's the case? Why it's a different color in this episode? I'm curious. SpongeBob is one of those shows that, despite being so exposed, I feel like we don't have a million like documentaries or behind the scenes type things. I guess we have Twitter, right? We can directly ask people that worked on the show things, but they don't always want to answer, understandably. But yeah, I'm curious if we ever found that out. Squidward's shocked face in Idiot Box is comedy gold. Sure is.
Anyway, my favorite part is Wumbo. Alright, guys, we need to talk a little bit about this episode.
Yeah, we gotta talk about it.
There is quite a bit to discuss here. First of all, you'll notice that little broken leg in the corner means that the my leg gag is totally back. Alright, so when SpongeBob is squeezing everyone into the tiny jar that he shrunk, there is a bunch of muffled screaming, and I swear, what I hear is one of those muffled voices screaming, "My leg!" I am telling you guys, it is there. That is what I hear. I am not crazy.
Am I crazy? Someone fact check me. Am I crazy? Was it here or was it not here?
It is muffled and in the background, but the my leg gag has returned. So with that out of the way, we gotta talk about whether or not this is a good episode. See, here's the thing.
Oh yeah, also the quote's wrong. Obviously. That was just a copy paste from just a previous slide, and I forgot to change it.
The plot is so stupid and minimal, and it makes such little sense. SpongeBob shrinks everyone because he's afraid that they'll find out that he's shrunk other people, Mermaid Man not having any clue how to work his belt and unshrink everyone, everyone getting pissed off at SpongeBob and...
Ooh, I say pissed off. Interesting. You misattributed the Wumbo quote to SpongeBob rather than Patrick. Yeah, I know. Thank you for the super chat, but I know. Okay, cool. I'm not crazy. There was a my leg there.
Destroying him. It's all really stupid and frustrating and idiotic, and in fact, this episode was actually skipped when they aired a marathon of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episodes to honor Ernest Borgnine after his passing. But you know what, guys? This is a good episode, and it goes beyond Wumbology.
It does.
Not just Wumbology makes this episode great, although it's up there, being one of Patrick's greatest crowning moments, up there with Pinky Out. The whole Wombology,
I say that and I get
the
the quote
study of
wrong.
Wumbo line might be so insanely memorable. It might be the most memorable line in the entire series and one of the funniest moments, but that's not all. SpongeBob accidentally torturing Squidward into all these horrific shapes with Mermaid's Man Bell is also hilarious.
Did I say Mermaid's Man? Mermaid's Man! Okay, hang on, let's check that.
Up there, being one of Patrick's greatest crowning moments, up there with Pinky Out. The whole Wombology, the study of Wumbo line might be so insanely memorable. It might be the most memorable line in the entire series and one of the funniest moments, but that's not all. SpongeBob accidentally torturing Squidward into all these horrific shapes with Mermaid's Man Bell is also hilarious and amazing animation and just fantastic. There's also Squidward's line about, I wonder if a fall from this height could kill me. There's also Patrick's runner about Squidward and the pickle. There is a ton of hilarious moments and lines in this episode. The plot is absolutely stupid. It barely features Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, but it is fantastic. Movie.
I could give this one a B, alright? Like, yeah, sure, I get the quote wrong written down. Although, I mean, I say it. You guys know that I know the correct, that it is a Patrick quote, not a SpongeBob quote. But I actually discuss the episode a little bit. I discuss what kind of works and doesn't work. I go on a little bit of a rant here. I think we can go for B. I don't quite think it earns the A, but this has definitely been the best review so far. And I mean, I guess it's fair because it's an episode that there is things to talk about for sure. Honestly, S, the first one where you really analyze it. If the tier list was just this video, this might have to be an S. But I'm trying to grade this tier list with the assumption, the hope, that there will be better reviews in later seasons. Let's hope.
Right along to episode 45B, Doing Time. SpongeBob and Patrick try to break Mrs. Puff out of jail. Fun fact, this is the third episode where Mrs. Puff lands in jail, even though it may or may not all be just a dream. My favorite part is SpongeBob and Patrick attempting to rob a bank. Spoiler alert, they don't do a good job. So, is this episode spongy or scummier than a prison cell? It's a good episode. I don't really have much to say, but there are some good gags with SpongeBob and Patrick trying to break Mrs. Puff out of jail, and some funny gags with the juice spill at the retirement home in the beginning. Episode 46A.
It's probably another D. I still could have said more about it. I think there's stuff to be said about how Mrs. Puff's character is. Like, it's kind of interesting that the episode just, like, breaks her mentally. I think I could have said a little more on that. Thank you for the super chat, Red Kingdom. Hey, Pi, what was your first video that you ever did? Also, what happened to that Mr. Enter video with the thumbnail image having a disappointing look on your face? Well, the first video I ever made for the channel was Animal Crossing Abridged, which was a comedy dub of Animal Crossing Wild World for the DS. It was based on a Legend of Zelda parody series, Legend of Zelda Abridged, or maybe Ocarina of Time Abridged, whatever it was called, by a user named Adam West Lapdog. I saw that and I'm like, I could do that, and then I sure made something. But the thing that kind of got my channel set in a direction was probably like the first, I think, the Nickelodeon rant. It was like the worst and I forget what it was called. It's like the worst and most unappreciated shows on Nick or something like that. Could I change the season 10 thumbnail back to the original one that matched with the other season reviews? I could. I might. I don't know. If you don't know, I put a more clickbaity one. Well, because that video didn't do super well, so I tried. I kind of went back and forth on it. I don't know. Shout out to the Three Brothers sitcom. Oh gosh. How does anyone remember the weird, obscure, cringy stuff I did as a teenager? Yeah, good to see you, Jay, Sparky, Steel. Honestly, good to see all of you. Yeah, Ocarina of Time Abridged. Yeah, I wonder whatever happened to that guy. Huh. It's just, like, funny because I got started on YouTube doing, like, my version of that, which was that guy's version of an abridged of, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! The abridged series, but, like, it's a video game, so it's not even really an abridged series. It's like its own thing. I think those were ended up being called, like, machinimas or something. I don't know. This is very weird. Thoughts on the Loud House? I don't really have a lot. I'm sorry. I still have a feeling No Hat for Pat from season 6 will get S tier. Pie Guy did pretty good with that episode. Oh man, I love No Hat for Pat. I should watch that episode again. Okay.
Snowball Effect. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward have a snowball fight. Fun fact, Patrick makes a snow cube, snow pyramid, and snow helix. My favorite part, Patrick choking. Because once again, Patrick can turn something that could be horrifying into something absolutely hilarious.
Pie Guy, what are you doing? What are you doing? Stop saying that. Big part of the problem with these reviews, especially by this season 3, is just that the reviews have a formula, and the formula is not good, and it's especially not good when it happens like 40 times. And that's, I do a stupid transition every single time. Every single time needs a transition. I read the title, the description, then say fun fact, and read the fun fact, then say my favorite part, or highlight, or actually, I don't even think I say highlight. I think I always just say, like, my favorite part is blah. So it's like, it takes so long for me to actually even start talking about the episode. Not great. Are we up to 6? Is this 6? Do we think this is 6 absolutely hilariouses? Someone keep track if you can.
So, is it spongy or scummy? It's a good episode. There's a lot of really fun snow-themed gags, and it's another one of those great plots about Squidward not being able to have fun, and then finally enjoying something but taking it way too far. Episode 46B, One Krab's Trash. Mr. Krabs tries to reclaim the valuable hat that he sold to SpongeBob. Fun fact.
I should probably... Hang on, sorry. That ended so abruptly.
Patrick choking. There's a lot of really fun snow-themed gags, and it's another one of those great plots about Squidward not being able to have fun, and then finally enjoying something but taking it way too far.
I don't know. What do you guys think here? Like Idiot Box. It's like Just One Bite. It's like it's all the same formula for SpongeBob episode, and that formula is great. Like, it's a great formula, funny episodes, but it's like, is there a lot for me to really talk about? Like, what else could I say for some of these episodes that are just like pure comedy, pure great comedy? I mean, we can dump it into C. I think I'm okay with that. It's not a great... I'm not arguing it's a great review, but I'm also kind of arguing, like, other than listing jokes, what could I really talk about too much? Let's see. Thank you for the super chat. I love DDD. Have you seen the 2023 Mario movie and K-pop Demon Hunters? Yes and no. My wife loves K-pop Demon Hunters. I just haven't seen it yet. There's no reason. Like, I'm not against it or anything. I just have not seen it. But I've heard really good things. And the Mario movie was fun. Like, it's popcorn flick, total kind of like turn your brain off, just enjoy the Mario vibes. Not like an amazing movie. I absolutely... Oh, absolutely. Careful. Careful, Pie Guy. I completely think that the use of those, like, licensed 80s songs are just terrible. I think everyone agrees that should have just been the original video game music in there. Or not original, but the remixed video game music in there. But otherwise, yeah, just fun movie. Thank you for super chat. Crimson, the most important rule an artist must learn, always use a thesaurus. Very true. You ought to do a drinking game where you take a shot every time you say gag/gags. Thank you, Ethan, for the $5. I don't actually drink alcohol. I have water here. I think I'd die of overhydration if I took a drink every time I said gag. I don't know why I say gag so much. This is a weird conversation out of context, but I mean, that's what they are. But I could also say joke. I could say bit, or like comedy bit. I could say humorous moment. I don't know. There are plenty of other things I could have said.
Episode 46B, One Krab's Trash. Mr. Krabs tries to reclaim the valuable hat that he sold to SpongeBob. Fun fact, The grave is missing the Jaegerman part of Smitty's name. My favorite part? Here lies Squidward's hopes and dreams. What a baby. So, is this episode number 1, or does it belong in the sock drawer? It's a great episode, and one of the few that Mr. Krabs actually gets comeuppance for being a con artist. There's lollipops with underwear on them, a fight scene, his hat being number 1, a scary grocery list, a bunch of really funny and memorable gags. Next up,
just listing things. Yeah, that's a D. One Krabs Trash is probably an episode I could talk about more, especially because it's Mr. Krabs as the protagonist of the episode. It's interesting. The Here Lies Squidward's Hopes and Dreams, what a baby, that lives in my head rent free. If you're wondering like what some of my favorite kind of like more underrated SpongeBob quotes are, that's one of them. I don't see it getting mentioned like a whole lot, but that's just like stuck in my brain somewhere in the back of my brain. I think about that a lot. Honestly, I can't cringe at this because it just feels like a young man having fun talking about something he enjoys. I know. I appreciate the kindness, but I'm giving everyone permission. You're welcome to cringe at my nerdiness. Yeah. So, D tier. One Krabs Trash is also like one of those. It's just such a strange episode. Again, there's a lot to talk about. The fact that it's an episode about Mr. Krabs fighting off an army of skeletons, like living skeletons, to reclaim a soda drink hat, which isn't a thing. They're like they're beer helmets is what they are. I mean, like it's a thing, but it's more commonly associated with alcohol, which obviously they can't mention, but. Let's see. Any movies, animated or not, you're going to watch this year? Thank you, Ethan, for the super chat. Yes, this year is actually looking great for movies, to be honest. I am very excited to see Project Hail Mary. I've read the book. I love the book, and I want to go see it. I just haven't had a chance to. What else? I'm excited for the Mario Galaxy movie. I'm excited for Spider-Man. Spider-Man's looking, it's looking good. Very excited to see the Punisher on the big screen. And Avengers, I'm excited, kind of. I'm excited while trying to keep my expectations and hopes pretty low. But yeah, this is like the year that I've been the most excited for movies, really. Like, there's several movies that I've been actively very much looking forward to, so. What about Toy Story 5? Is that this year? No, I'm not looking forward to Toy Story 5, sorry. Foxy Grandpa. Thank you for the super chat, Epic Gamer. Yes, I will see the 5th movie starring Johnny Knoxville. Yeah. I don't know if that's this year. That might not be this year, but no, I am a fan of Johnny Knoxville and the gang's films. the extreme sports guy from SpongeBob.
Episode 47A, as seen on TV. After appearing in a commercial, SpongeBob believes he is a star. Fun fact. SpongeBob slices up zucchini while making Krabby Patties, even though zucchini has never been shown in a Krabby Patty, like, ever. What a plot hole, am I right? Anyway, my favorite part is when the old man mistakes SpongeBob for a box of bran flakes. But is this episode spongy or scummy? It's a good episode. The Krusty Krab commercial is hilarious, and it's also great.
Oh, but not absolutely hilarious, just plain hilarious.
See SpongeBob completely oblivious to the customers who just want him to make a dang Krabby Patty. It's really funny to see the commercial absolutely go to SpongeBob's head. Episode 47.
I don't say anything. Come on, dude. Say something about the episode. That's D. This is the season 3 review. This is the cringe. This is the real bad stuff. I'm sorry. Forget the concept of remaking the first one. The third, this one needs to be remade more than seasons 1 and 2. Thoughts on Multiverse of Madness? Thank you for the super chat. I enjoy bits of Multiverse of Madness. I think that the zombie part, the musical battle, like when it gets really experimental and fun and really plays to Sam Raimi's strengths as a director, I think that movie is fun. Unfortunately, as a whole, it doesn't really come together. I don't like what it did to Wanda, and yeah, I don't like that it's a Multiverse of Madness, but it's really just 2 universes. Yeah. Hey, Pie Guy, in addition to the Nightlight episode having screaming, how would you rate the scene of Patrick and SpongeBob crying after Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy left the scene? I read this comment, but honestly, I have no idea what you're talking about. I think the episode Nightlight, but I don't really remember that episode. Pie Guy soft reboots his channel in 2026 by remaking all these reviews.
B. Can you spare a dime? Squidward quits his job and freeloads off SpongeBob. Fun fact, Mr. Krabs' dime is actually an ancient form of currency. It's called the Rhinestone, and you can see it in that picture there. Anyway, my favorite part is SpongeBob hinting ever so subtly to Squidward that he should get a job. But is this episode spongy or scummy? It's a good episode. Seeing SpongeBob lose his patience with Squidward and being completely right for it is absolutely hilarious.
No.
SpongeBob is a good-natured guy, and as such, Squidward completely took advantage of him. So all of SpongeBob's rage is totally warranted, and when it is hilarious here. Also, and this is very small, but I love the pun in the title, how it refers to both Squidward going broke and needing money, and Mr. Krabs, whose whole argument is over one dime. It's a really clever title. 48.
Alright, this one does... It gets a C, alright? It's okay. I say things about what happens, and I describe at least why it's funny and valid that SpongeBob explodes at the end. We should have a counter of the times the facts were actually fun. Yeah, I think if I were to do this again, I would try to make the fun facts actually be, like, interesting, maybe more behind the scenes type facts. Things that aren't just, like, straight out obvious if you watch the episode. Thank you for the super chat, Red Kingdom. Out of all the videos you made, which one did you hate the most? Like, now? Or, like, that I hate that I had to make the video? Or, I don't know. I mean, I hate this one. I'm starting to hate this one. This is so bad, man. Gosh. The ick and fungus among us is a real life thing. It is? Ugh. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, deep cut facts. I don't remember entirely, but I feel like I tried to do that for the Adventure Time, right? I think I tried to go for more, like, actually interesting fun facts. Yeah, I really didn't want to have to make this review, guys. I'm so sorry. I had to do it. Could you imagine if I reviewed every season, but I just skipped season 3? I just said, yeah, you know what? You guys know. You guys know what season 3 is. It's a good season. Let's just move on.
A. No weenies allowed. SpongeBob tries to prove he is tough enough to get into a tough guy bar. Fun fact, many memes have been born from this episode.
Alright. That's not even... There were memes made from so many episodes. I mean, I don't know, maybe not back in 2013. What were memes like back then? Those prehistoric cave memes. Oh, this is such a bad fun fact. Gosh.
If you look at the quote over there, you know what I mean. Anyway, my favorite part is SpongeBob trying to be tough and failing. Is this episode spongy or scummy? It is a good episode. Once again, we have Thomas F. Wilson playing an awesomely hilarious tough guy. I love Reg. He might be one of my favorite characters in all of SpongeBob.
That's true.
And seeing SpongeBob himself acting like a complete baby but trying to be completely tough is absolutely hilarious and makes this episode great. Also, you gotta love that there's a bar called Weenie Hut Jr. and Super Weenie Hut Jr. And then that ending where SpongeBob slips on an ice cube and gets a boo-boo. It is a great episode.
Yeah, this gets really good. This is really good. You know what? I think we give it a scumbob, guys. I think between the absolutely hilarious and then me mentioning Thomas F. Wilson again, so repetitive. 2013 Pike, I needed more adjectives. Look, guys, you have to understand. In 2013, we just didn't have that many words. All right, this was a prehistoric time. We just didn't have the words. Okay. Hilarious was the only way you could describe funny things back then. It was BC. It was before comedy. Remember? If he says absolutely hilarious one more time, I'm gonna scream. Let's cut some slack. No, we will be as hard on me as necessary. Uh, okay.
Next up, episode 48B, Squilliam Returns. Squidward turns the Krusty Krab into a 5-star restaurant to impress his rival. Fun fact, this is the second appearance of Squilliam. Wow, that's not surprising at all. Anyway, my favorite part is Mr. Krabs cooking. But, is this episode spongy?
What is the image here? I can't even tell. What is this supposed to be? Oh, a tiny violin. Okay, I get the joke. Little too small there, Pie Guy. Little too small.
Or scummier than Mr. Krabs' cooking? It is indeed a good episode. Squilliam is a great character, and he's fun to see. It's also nice to see Squidward in a somewhat more sympathetic light. Yeah, the ending with SpongeBob not remembering his name is a little bit stupid, especially since Squidward mentioned it to him a few minutes earlier, but aside from that, it's a pretty fun and unique episode. Beep beep boop bop beep.
It's like another... Okay, maybe like a C. It's not good. It's not good. I won't lie, you should give yourself more credit for that bit.
Episode 49A, Krab, Borg. SpongeBob and Squidward believe that Mr. Krabs is a robot. Fun fact, this plot is the exact opposite of Imitation Krabs, where Mr. Krabs was a robot there and SpongeBob didn't think he was. And in this episode, Mr. Krabs isn't a robot and SpongeBob thinks he is. It's a little bit weird how we have two episodes that are pretty much the exact opposite of each other. Anyway, my favorite part is the interrogation. But is this episode spongy or scummy? It is a good episode. Man, I really love that paranoia going on in this episode. And the things that Mr. Krabs does that makes them believe he's a robot is actually kind of believable. It's not like some random ridiculous thing happened. He starts talking to his radio because sometimes people talk to inanimate objects. He gets red eyes and has pincers because, well, he got an egg in his eye. It all totally makes sense, and it's just really funny to see. Episode 49B.
We can give that a C. I'm so burnt out on these horrible reviews. I'm really hoping season 4 will be better. Thank you for the super chat, Ethan. I don't think I'm gonna repeat that. Goodness.
Rock-a-bye Bivalve. SpongeBob and Patrick become parents to a baby clam. Fun fact, this episode has become controversial due to claims that it includes homosexual themes.
Oh boy, let's see how 2013 Pie Guy handled the gays.
In addition to that fact not being fun at all, let me just tell you this. I watched this episode when I was a kid. I didn't get any sort of idea that that was where they were going with this. It just looked like SpongeBob and Patrick acting like idiots, and yes, parallels can be drawn, but there's really no controversy to this at all. It's just a bunch of people who don't know what they're talking about, putting ideas where they shouldn't belong.
Okay, well, at least I'm against. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I stand by this. I mean, I do think, like, as a kid, I always just thought it was them just playing pretend, basically. Like I didn't think it was anything super gay, although there's that reading is definitely there, and I think it's a valid one. And if anything, it kind of helped normalize it. So,
It's stupid, and the whole argument that SpongeBob is gay really needs to stop, because it's just idiotic.
Well, I'm glad that stopped. But I don't know if you guys do know this. I mean, there was a big thing for a long time about the certain factions of people saying that SpongeBob would turn you gay, or that SpongeBob was gay or something, because apparently, being kind and happy and smiley and a little bit effeminate sometimes meant that you were gay, or meant that, like, kids watching a show like that was going to make them gay. And of course, I shouldn't have to say it, but I'll say it. Like, there's nothing wrong with being gay, obviously. But regardless, this show didn't. It's such a ridiculous argument. At least I'm talking about something kind of interesting, though, in this review. I'll say that. Thoughts on Rainbow Butterfly Unicorn Kitty? I have no idea what that is. Thank you for the super chat, Cat Lover. Is that a new cartoon? Oh, hey, Kuro. I'm surprised Dick acknowledged the entire SpongeBob is gay controversy themselves in that one TV special. Was that the Truth or Square one? The one they aired around, or maybe around Atlanta Square Panis? Yeah, it's interesting.
That idiocy aside, my favorite part of the episode is 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock! 12 p.m. midnight. But is this episode spongy or scummier than a dirty diaper? It is a good episode. While I don't think it includes homosexual themes, I do think it is funny parody on gender roles and what we expect from a mother and a father. And SpongeBob and Patrick sillily adopting these roles is absolutely hilarious. Episode 58.
We could throw 12 p.m. is noon, not midnight. All right, Sukanzu. All right. No, I think we could throw a C in here because at least I say something here. Homosexual themes. Oh gosh. I'll be like completely upfront and honest here that like 2013 Pie Guy, I don't think I was homophobic or anything, but I also just didn't have a ton of exposure to it. I don't know how it was. Like I wasn't necessarily an ally. Like I never used gay pejoratively. I generally didn't. I don't think I did. But like I also just didn't know a lot about the gay community. So that's yeah. Thank you for the super chat, Crimson. I remember when some of my classmates weren't allowed to watch SpongeBob because their parents believed that SpongeBob would make them stupid. Yeah, there's a lot of that. That's crazy. I guess just because SpongeBob was popular, right? It's just popular. Any popular media, there's going to be some weird conspiracy theories by certain factions in this world in America. It sucks. Thank you for the super chat. I love DDD. Since you and Chugga Conroy are good friends, have you watched The Runaway Guys? I personally think it would be really cool if they ever had you on as a guest star, considering you have a gaming channel. I did. I a long time ago. I don't think I've caught up with them in a while. And yeah, no, I don't think I'd be on that. But yeah. But anyway, I guess just back to my point is just that seeing even a little bit of like pushing of boundaries in terms of heteronormativity, even on SpongeBob, was a good thing in my life. It was a positive thing and helped.
Okay, Wet Painters. SpongeBob and Patrick paint Mr. Krabs' house. Fun fact, Painty has a cameo in this episode. You don't know who Painty is? Well, he's the first thing you'll ever see on any SpongeBob episode. He's the pirate at the beginning of the theme song. Anyway.
Who am I kidding? All the people watching this video know who Painty the pirate is.
And my favorite part is, they have technology! But, is this episode spongy or scummy? It is a good episode. It's such a simple premise. SpongeBob and Patrick paint a house, whilst trying not to get Mr. Krabs' very important dollar dirty. They squeeze so many awesome gags out of this one basic concept. It has to be seen to be believed. It is truly a funny episode. Also, Mr. Krabs is such a troll at the end of this episode. It is really funny, and even better still when he gets what he deserves at the very end.
D. Man, young Pie Guy suddenly yelling the jokes keeps making me jump. Oh dear. I don't think I've given anything less than a good episode rate review wise too. This is pretty boring. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie.
Episode 50B, the Krusty Krab training video. We watched the Krusty Krab training video. Fun fact, Mr. Krabs was depressed after the war. That's not very fun. Also,
no,
which
not.
War? What war did Mr. Krabs serve in the Navy in? I'm so confused. Anyway, my favorite part is...
Has anyone ever made, like, a full, like, timeline of, like... Or, like, an attempt at a timeline of, like, Mr. Krabs' life? Just like, he was in the Navy, he was a pirate, he was a restaurateur, he was friends with Plankton. Like, he's like, I don't know, he's like Grandpa Simpson. Like he's just lived a million lives. It's not that it's necessarily contradictory, it's just that he's certainly lived quite a life. Oh yeah, he had a kid at some point too. Goodness. Mr. Enter review on it. Interesting. That one fan theory where Mr. Krabs was in an evolutionary war? I don't know if that's a typo or if you're being serious. An evolutionary war, like the character's evolving? I mean, I guess that makes sense why he hates Plankton, because Plankton can't evolve. It's just a Plankton. He had a bunch of nephews, as seen in Stanley S. SquarePants.
It sounds like a lot of hoopla! I'm not even gonna do the thing. This is a fantastic episode.
Hey, I didn't do the thing. Nice.
It's one of those few episodes where they kind of break from the SpongeBob formula. It's told in the format of a training video, and as someone who's had to watch a training video over this past summer...
Hey, I referenced my job at Walmart. If I were to have done this later, by the way, this definitely would have gotten a special slide. I know it's not like a special 22-minute episode, but being that it it's a special format episode, I think it would have gotten either a special slide, or maybe I would have put like a VHS filter over it or something, you know?
Let me tell you, it is pretty much exactly like this, right down to those cheesy jokes that they add in just to try to be funny, even though they're painfully not. It's just fantastic. It is a great parody of training videos and great comedy. And that ending, oh my god, that ending, when that originally aired, the buzz on the school bus was, yeah, no, the episode got cut off for me too. I don't know what happened, man. Nobody actually thought that that was intentional. And yet it was, and it is brilliant and horrible. There's 2 episodes right in a row that have that evil, trollish ending, only this time the joke's on the viewer. Needless to say, this episode evoked a bunch of strong emotions out of a bunch of kids. But either way, it is absolutely hilarious.
I said it!
Next up, then.
I said it! Oh, I got a special transition there. Look at that! Yeah, I think this review, I think this earns a B. I still don't think it's amazing, but I actually say things about the episode. I say some interesting things about the episode, even if I say absolutely hilarious.
Right in the middle of the season, we have our very first special episode this season.
I think my audio sounds worse here.
51 SB Party Pooper Pants. SpongeBob throws a house party. Fun fact, SpongeBob's mat was only seen in the one scene where he gets the key. Yeah, that whole joke about, oh, he had a key under the mat the entire time is totally thrown off by the fact that the mat wasn't there. Listen, guys, if you want to be inconsistent between episodes to tell great stories, fine. But you can't be inconsistent within the one episode, and...
This does still bother me, by the way. I know it probably shouldn't, but it does genuinely bother me. Like, I feel like, just have the mat earlier in the episode. I don't know. I know it's a joke. I know, but it's like for longer episodes like this, I feel like taking the story a little bit more seriously is fine. Like, they should do that, you know? But yeah, I did also use background music here, which is kind of interesting.
Even if it is for just a gag, it makes the gag look cheap, it makes you look lazy, and it just makes the entire thing look really inconsistent. Anyway, my favorite part was the window flip gag, where Mrs. Puff turns what she thinks is a picture of SpongeBob, and it's actually a window. SpongeBob says, I don't even know how that happened. And it's funny, because there's a lot of weird, improbable physics things to happen in SpongeBob, and for him to actually acknowledge it for once makes it pretty dang funny. Looks like Patrick wasn't the only one hanging lampshades in this episode. Over on the Patchy side of things, we have episode 51P, SpongeBob's House Party. Patchy throws a house party. Fun fact, Lux Interior sings Underwater Sun, which is also my favorite part. So, is this a SpongeBob party or a ScumBob party? I'm sorry guys, it's a ScumBob episode. There is a lot wrong here, starting with the initial premise.
Have I played A Hat in Time? Yes, I have. Thank you. Okay, it seems like you guys are on my side with the mat thing. And I do agree, Tune for Thought, putting it on top of, like, the door itself, or in something that's just a part of the pineapple model all the time, would have made a lot more sense. I mean, I don't know. They could have made a joke about it too earlier in the episode, like have everyone at the party mention the mat, like draw super attention to this mat, and then later, you know, yeah.
The idea of SpongeBob throwing a house party isn't necessarily a bad one, but it's not enough material to be a 22-minute special. There's a lot of gags in this episode, specifically pertaining to SpongeBob setting up the party, that feel like they could have been funny had they not been overused and stretched out. and I feel like the length of this episode is definitely to blame for that. Then there's the fact that the entire concept seems very gimmicky, right down to the fact that Nickelodeon aired a marathon of SpongeBob episodes beforehand and had live segments between commercials where a bunch of special celebrity guests came and...
I mean, I think I stand by this, to be honest. I know there are people out there that like this episode, but like to be honest, I just feel like it just doesn't deserve to be 22 minutes. An 11-minute version of this probably would have been fine. Like, it probably would have been good.
Held a SpongeBob party. The patchy segments are alright, but they're nothing fantastic, definitely not enough to bring up this episode. Underwater Sun is indeed a great song, but everything else in the patchy segments just seemed like stuff that we've retread before. Patchy and Potty fighting, Patchy getting blown up, yada yada yada, we've seen it before, there's nothing great here. As if all that wasn't enough, there is one more huge problem with this episode. SpongeBob is really unlikable here. He acts like a jerk the entire time, trying to get everyone to conform to the way he wants to throw the party. It is so far against his nature to be doing what he does in this episode. His mean-spiritedness is not warranted.
I said mean-spirited! Yay! I said that word. I don't know. SpongeBob is a flexible character for sure. I think that I do kind of stand by this though, that there's a certain... He should only be so flexible. If SpongeBob's going to be a jerk, you need to really, really justify it, like they do in Brother, Can You Spare a Dime? And I just don't know that it was done here.
At all. It's not like Can You Spare a Dime where Squidward...
Hey, look, my review hasn't changed apparently.
Totally pushed SpongeBob too far. All that SpongeBob does in this episode is whine about how people don't want to do his horrible party. So much so that by the point he gets arrested for completely stupid reasons, you're cheering it on because it's finally good to see him get some kind of comeuppance. He is a complete jerk here, and it makes this episode really intolerable to watch. And it's too bad too, because the episodes right before it were hilarious. If only there was a really good episode that comes right after it.
I like that the music just cuts out. Like, it just stops. It's a hard stop. But yeah, no, this is probably an A review. I say a lot of things about it, and you guys are right. The worse an episode is, generally the more I actually have to say about it.
Oh, wait. 52A. Chocolate with nuts. SpongeBob and Patrick sell chocolate door to door. Fun fact, the nuts in the title actually refers to SpongeBob and Patrick.
Did you guys get that as a kid? Was that obvious to you? That wasn't obvious to me as a kid. I was kind of a dumb kid, as we know. Would I have fun at SpongeBob's party? Thank you for the super chat, Zane. I don't think I would have. Honestly, this won't surprise you guys, but I'm not a big party person. I know. I don't drink alcohol. I don't do parties. I'm lame. Not that I don't do parties, but I'm not a big party person. I never thought about it. I didn't get it. Well, because that's the thing too, is that like it's not even like it's not obvious that it's a pun, you know? All right.
My favorite part? Chocolate!
Oh, dear.
As you can tell, I'm not even trying to hide the fact that this is a phenomenal episode. All of the gags in this episode, and there are a lot of them, are absolutely gut-bustingly hilarious.
Hey, I said gut-bustingly.
This episode spawned a ton of memes online. It has a bunch of memorable quotes. It is absolutely amazing. Next up, we...
Wow, but I don't say much about it. No, Pie Guy, what are you doing? Thank you for the super chat, Sukienzu. Is Chocolate with Nuts your best SpongeBob episode? For a long time, it was my favorite SpongeBob episode. And it might still be my favorite. I'm not sure. It's up there. It's definitely up there. But yeah, come on. Like for an episode that I consider to be one of the best, that's all I have to say about it. Just that it's funny. Like, blech, that's a ScumbBob review right there. This episode deserves a little bit more deconstruction. The fact that the jokes build throughout the episode, the fact that it's an episode that uses this like great running joke as a fun way to end the episode. The fact that the insane chocolate guy is actually the guy that wants to buy chocolate. Oh yeah, the old shriveled up lady. returns as a recurring character in the latest seasons? No, you can't just make stuff up, guys. You can't say that. That's not true. There's no way. There's no way they brought her back as a recurring character. That would be so stupid. No. She works perfectly for this joke and this joke only. There's no reason why she needs to be a random Bikini Bottomite. No way. It's real? Stop! No! Come on, guys. Is it good? Am I wrong? Like, is it? I mean, I don't know. I've never seen it. Is it good? Does it work? Oh my goodness. She's not common, but she appeared a few times. You kept saying you wanted them to add more to the universe. Yeah, but that doesn't mean, like, reaching back and grabbing every one-shot character from 15 years ago. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, good. Well, at least my instinct is correct. Ugh. The old lady's name is Baby Prunes? What? What? What did you say?
You have Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5! When Barnacle Boy turns evil, Mermaid Man enlists the help of SpongeBob and pals to stop it. Fun fact, the heroes are apparently a subsidiary of Viacom. Viacom is the parent company of Nickelodeon, and therefore the parent company of SpongeBob. It's weird, though. I figured the villains would be a subsidiary of Viacom, seeing as it is evil. Bad jokes aside.
See, my channel has always had an anti-capitalism streak, alright? It's always been political.
My favorite part is the heroes defeating themselves in the ludicrous ways that they do. So, is this episode super spongy or super scummy? It is another amazing episode. It's got a lot of good random gags, and it has one of the funniest action scenes ever. It's hard to explain, but it's funny, and it also has a feeling of finality. If this had been the last Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode, it would have been very fitting. Next up.
Thank you for the super chats. Oh gosh. Most season 1 through 3 episodes don't have much else to say other than just being funny and charming. Yeah, I know. To an extent, I forgive myself a little bit for that. But I definitely could talk a little bit about the humor and just the structure of some of these episodes. Classic Luigi fan just quotes me and says, "Pie Guy, I'm so sorry." Thank you, Ethan, for the super chat. Pie Guy is based. Yes. Oh goodness. All right. What did I even say in that Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy one? I wasn't paying attention.
Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode. It would have been very fitting. Next up.
Wait, hang on. Do I say anything? This is a very short review.
The heroes are apparently a subsidiary of...
Yeah, Viacom.
Bad jokes aside, my favorite part is the heroes defeating themselves in the ludicrous ways that they do. So, is this episode super spongy or super scummy? It is another amazing episode. It's got a lot of good random gags, and it has one of the funniest action scenes ever. It's hard to explain, but it's funny, and it also has a feeling of finality. If this had been the last Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode, it would have been very fitting. Next up.
You go into more detail in the Spongy Bits video on Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episodes. Yeah, good. Maybe, but maybe these videos don't need to be remade because, like, I have done the Spongy Bits thing on a lot of these reviews, or maybe not a lot, but on some of them. Because, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do kind of feel like some of these episodes, like, what more could I say? Hard to explain was the whole review. Guys, you just have to be there, alright? I can't tell you much about the episode. You just watch it. It's good. Alright, next episode. Top 3 favorite pies. Thank you for the super chat, Anthony. Definitely like a pistachio pudding is up there. Pumpkin pie is up there, and like a mousse pie. Those are up there.
Episode 53A. New Student Starfish. After joining his boating school, Patrick becomes a bad influence on SpongeBob. Fun fact, SpongeBob and Gary's morning routine is very reminiscent of Wallace and Gromit. I can't be the only one who sees that, right? Anyway, my favorite
don't bother elaborating, Pie Guy.
25. I should also know that...
I'm glad we've all stopped finding numbers funny, right? Right, chat? Right? Go ahead. Go on, chat. Go on. Do the thing.
This is the other episode that features the boating school fully fleshed out. So, is it spongy or scummy? It's a good episode. There's some good Patrick being an idiot gags, there's some good SpongeBob getting blamed for things that he didn't do gags, and there's actually a really awesome climax. It's strange that I never have too much to say about the boating school episodes. They're not particularly bad, it's just they're not really that interesting to talk about.
That's not true. PIEGUY, come on, what are you saying? This is D.
Episode 53B, Clams. SpongeBob and Squidward must rescue Mr. Krabs' millionth dollar from a giant clam. Fun fact, this episode parodies both Jaws and Moby Dick. It really has all its bases covered. Anyway, my favorite part is Mr. Krabs really likes that dollar, if you know what I mean. So, is this episode spongy or scummier than the underside of a boat? It's a good episode. It does a pretty decent job of parodying Jaws. There's some funny meta jokes about music. Mr. Krabs goes absolutely insane, and it's nice to see SpongeBob and Squidward working together to try and survive. Oh, and I love the way Mr. Krabs treats the customer who gives him the millionth dollar. He doesn't even give him the freaking Krabby Patty. Also, in a strange pattern, this happens to be the season where we see a bunch of Mr. Krabs' prize money. We get his first dollar, his millionth dollar, and his lucky dime. 54.
Well, that wasn't that long a tangent, and that was actually kind of an interesting fact. Yeah, we could see this. We could give it a little C. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and predict that this next review is gonna be better, right? Right?
Speak. Ugh. Or technically, shouldn't it be episode 54, SpongeGar? Anyway, the ancient ancestors of SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward discover fire. Fun fact, this is the second time since SB129 we see ancient ancestors of SpongeBob and Patrick. My favorite part? The sound design in this episode is actually really phenomenal. Considering the storytelling is done with no English and very minimal grunts at that, the sound design itself has to be pretty phenomenal to help tell the story. Over on the Patchy side, we have episode 54P, SpongeBob BC, before comedy. Patchy and Potty debate whether the future or the past is the cooler time period. Fun fact, the caveman is played by Bill, the voice of Patrick. My favorite part is, of course, the song, When Worlds Collide.
Is it Fagerbakey? Fagerbake? Thank you for the super chat, Thugio. Hi, PIEGUY, happy you're back again. I still love your college confessions, especially the roommate one. Best videos. If you ever post again, vlogs like that would be cool. Lifelong fan here since 2010. Aw, thank you. I could not do this with the college confessions video. I could not watch them again. I feel like they would be way too cringy. I've come to realize certain things about myself that some of my experiences are not universal experiences, and I'm very glad that my experiences did resonate with some of you. But at the same time, I feel like I don't know. I should have been a little more flexible back when I was younger. I should have been a little less kind of stuck in my ways and a little more open to college experiences.
The Patchy segments here are a lot better than the house party ones. They feature a lot of weird effects, a caveman rapping with a robot. It's incredibly strange, but incredibly awesome at the same time. How about the SpongeBob segments? Well, they're not bad. It's actually interesting how they tell this story without using language. There's some different gags with the fire, and okay, so SpongeBob BC is a very appropriate name for this because it is before comedy. This episode isn't funny. They are able to tell a story, they have some things happen, but none of it is really that funny. To me, some of SpongeBob's best gags are word-based humor, and when they can't speak English and the special drags on for 22 minutes, unlike the very short episode Reef Blower, it misses something. It just doesn't quite get the humor. There's some visual humor, it's not devoid of comedy, it's just not enough. And the visual gags pretty much amount to this. There's gags about Gary's slime, there's gags about discovering fire, and then there's gags about the three of them fighting.
Why am I so allergic to the word joke? Why does it have to be gags every time?
That's pretty much it. I applaud the writers for coming up with a strange concept like this and following it through, and being able to tell the story decently well without any English. But at the same time, I have to say they missed out on the most important element. Luckily though, the Patchy segments are decently funny, but
I don't think it's enough for me to call this a good episode. I have to call it a meh episode. It's a shame too, because maybe with a few more jokes thrown in here and there, the episode could have been truly great. But as it stands, it's just an interesting experiment that's not particularly memorable. It's also interesting to note that Nickelodeon doesn't really air this episode that often. They rarely air any of the special episodes, except for the Christmas episode, on Christmas. In fact, for a lot of these specials, they went years without being shown again, and the only time they get to see the light of day are in these SpongeBob marathons, which, to be honest, aren't really that rare. But that's not the only strange thing.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, SpongeBob airs, like, a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's gotten more airtime since I made this review. Did I call this a Scumbob in the award show audit? I might have. I don't remember that. I honestly, I think I'd have to see it again to know whether I'd consider it meh or Scumbob. There are things to like about it, and I do appreciate that they tried to be experimental. But it definitely fell short. It's another one where if this had been 11 minutes, it could have worked better. I mean, honestly, like the concept of this episode was just like done better in a few minutes in SB129. You know, that's not the whole of the episode, but just a little bit of seeing like a primitive Patrick and SpongeBob in that episode worked fine there, and then just didn't need to be a whole special. So, to be fair, I was talking about 2000s Nickelodeon when there were some other shows on the schedule sometimes. Very true. Have I seen the SpongeBob musical? I remember you weren't excited about it. I personally love it. No, Crimson, I have not. All I know is the joke about SpongeBob leaving his wife for Ariana Grande, right? I think that's that's the actor from the SpongeBob musical, like, divorced his pregnant wife, or like his wife with young child, to date Ariana Grande, and that didn't work out. Anyway, spoilers. Oh gosh. But no, I haven't seen the musical. I'm not. You know what? I'm not against it. Like, I like musicals. Maybe at some point I'd see it. I'm not sure. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. The SpongeBob musical actor was in Gen V season 2. Yeah. You mean he's the worst version of a character in Gen V season 2? Thank you, Suki and Zoo. Do I think Big Birthday Blowout was a Scumbob? I honestly don't even remember it all that much. I know I talked about it on the recast, but I don't remember it. I don't think it was bad. I don't know that it was amazing, but all right.
Thing about this episode's airing. Look at that date up there in the corner. If you haven't been paying attention to it, all of the episodes so far have either been in 2001 or 2002. This episode is 2004. Yeah, Just One Bite in the Bully premiered October 5th of 2001, and the last episode from 2002 is in September 20th, being New Students.
It's unfortunate CBCD isn't here, because I'm sure he would tell me how I'm wrong about all these episode dates. We've found more information out about when SpongeBob episodes air, and apparently a bunch of these are just wrong.
Starfish, and Clams. All of the episodes up till this point took place over the span of one full year. That all gets mucked up right here. This is the 54th episode produced, yet it's airing third to last. This isn't particularly strange yet, but when we get to the next special episode, I'll point out why all of this is a little bit strange. Episode 50.
Thank you, I love DDD. Most countries in Canada, like Canada and Australia, aired the last stretch of season 3 in 2002 before the US. Wow. Back when you can actually do that, and it wouldn't, like, leak on the internet, or even if it did leak on the internet, not enough people were, like, looking up, you know, SpongeBob episodes on the internet. Oh, man. I have always been fascinated with, like, air dates and production numbers and stuff like that, but I also understand why not everyone is. It is a little bit of a dry topic for certain. But I thought that review in general was an A. I explain a lot of things, what I like, what I don't like, what makes it different and interesting. I thought it was a pretty good review. Maybe the best one so far this season. Oh yeah, that's right. That's true, because they paused production for the SpongeBob movie. That's true. Do I still hate Back to the Past? I haven't seen it since, so probably. Probably yes. But, yeah.
55A, The Great Snail Race. SpongeBob trains Gary.
Oh no! Oh gosh, here we go, guys. Does it make you feel better if I say that maybe I don't agree with this review anymore? I guess let's listen to it.
For a snail race. Fun fact, this episode features the instrumental theme of Now That We're Men. You know, the song from the SpongeBob movie after they get mustaches? It's really weird to hear it here without the words. Anyway, my favorite part is Sandy's cameo. Sandy appears in this episode after SpongeBob makes a sexist comment. She appears just walking down the street saying, "I think I'm gonna kick SpongeBob's butt tomorrow." And then at the very end of the episode, she comes in and kicks SpongeBob's butt. When I was a kid, I didn't quite understand what was going on here. I thought it was just a completely random joke about Sandy kicking SpongeBob's butt. However, it's actually in reference to the fact that SpongeBob called Gary a lady to demotivate him, and Sandy's just getting payback for his sexist comment. It's actually quite funny because, yeah, SpongeBob made a sexist comment and Sandy called him out for it.
They also don't do that a whole lot on this show. The like foreshadow a joke or like hint at something and then, you know, have several minutes go by and then pay it off. I think it's nice. It's nice that they did that.
Good going, Sandy. So, is this episode spongy or scummier than the underside of a snail? I hate to say it, but it's a
SpongeBob episode.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna get some flack for this, but honestly, guys, I cannot find many redeeming qualities in this episode. This episode's actually kind of uncomfortable to watch. The first half is SpongeBob mean-spiritedly pushing Gary way too far, and then the second half is Gary disgustingly crashing as if he were some weird snail race car hybrid. It's really disgusting to watch, and I've seen the Splinter. Also, it really bugs me that Snail is only in
I've seen the Splinter!
this one episode. I know SpongeBob has bad continuity and I should be used to this, but come on, Squidward adopts a pet. It really comes off like he just bought Snelly for this one race and then shipped her right on back after she fell in love with Gary. The episode's not completely devoid of humor, of course. The Squidward tortellini running gag is kind of funny, and there's a funny gag about Patrick standing on Squidward's shoulders. You have to see it to understand it. But it really is a SpongeBob episode. I can't find many more redeeming things beyond that. It's just an incredibly mean-spirited and uncomfortable episode to watch.
Sometimes you gotta choose to be absolutely hilarious in this mean-spirited world. Oh, dear. Okay, so I don't know if I'd call it a good episode. I definitely have to see it again, but I think I could probably elevate it to a meh because, like, truthfully, I mentioned a few jokes there, and they work. They do work as jokes, and the whole point is SpongeBob has to learn a lesson, and, you know, Gary's crash isn't supposed to be taken so literally. It's just, like, cartoon violence. I don't know. I mean, again, you gotta put yourself in my shoes that, like, it's hard having so many episodes be good. Like, you gotta kind of pick and choose. Like, I didn't have the later seasons episodes to compare it to yet, like, in my review scale. So, you know, but as far as this review goes, I do actually talk about the episode and explain the things I like and don't like about it. So I think we'll put it in C tier. I think it's an okay review, even if I don't 100% stand by it. Thank you for the super chat, Wins. How do I feel about season 4? A lot more people have started to come around to it as of late. Also love your content. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, no, season 4 deserves more credit than it gets, for sure. It's kind of weird because it's like clearly some elements of it were held over from season 3, and so part of it does have a classic SpongeBob feel, and then other parts of it are like, okay, I think some people came in that maybe don't fully understand the show or what makes it funny. So it's like this weird hybrid. But thank you for Super Chat, Crimson. And the winner here is Rocky. I mean, for what it's worth too, with the Great Snail Race, I do reference the Rocky thing a lot in my real life, especially being a fan of Project Hail Mary, just saying. So, I don't know, an episode that has a joke that's that, like, funny and memorable and quotable and I use in my everyday life, you know, I could probably justify putting it in meh. Are you guys ready for the band episode? And I'm not talking about Band Geeks. No, I actually haven't seen Project Hail Mary. I've read the book. I plan on going to the movies, but when you have a child, you gotta kind of schedule these things.
This next episode's a bit more choral than that last one. Episode 55B, Midlife Crustacean. In an effort to feel young, Mr. Krabs goes for a night out on the town with SpongeBob and Patrick. Fun fact, You're Old is sung by Martin Olson, the chief from Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5.
and a fantastic writer who's also on Adventure Time with his daughter, Olivia Olson, Marceline.
He also plays Hudson Abadir on Adventure Time.
Oh, hey!
Anyway, my favorite part...
Hey! Some things never change, guys! Some things never change.
The crazy locations that SpongeBob and Patrick take Mr. Krabs to. But is this episode cool or coral? It's a good episode. I love the locations that SpongeBob and Patrick take Mr. Krabs to, from a laundromat to a Chuck E. Cheese-esque place, and then that panty raid. I cannot believe they got away with that on SpongeBob. Also, why do SpongeBob and Patrick raid Mr. Krabs' mom's panties? That's a little bit weird if you think about it. But let's not think too much about
Yeah, don't remind Nickelodeon Pie Guy, no, you'll get the episode banned!
that one. This episode has a really awesome plot and some good gags to back it up. Next up.
I thought that was an alright review. The fun fact was actually interesting. It wasn't amazing, but, you know, I talk about it. Yeah, so that episode's banned. For the panty raid. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know really what to say about it. It's, I don't know. Yeah, I honestly, like, believe it or not, I just don't have a stance. Other than, my stance is just that I love the episode. Like, it's a great episode, and it ages so well as you get older and older. So, you know, I like the episode. Is it appropriate for children? I don't know. I don't have a stance. Thank you for the super chat. Oh no, I can't see your name. It's blocked off. I need to make my chat wider here. Oh, I love DDD. Who says... An episode in Season 12 called Quarantined Krab got shelved around the same time this episode got banned because that episode plot being too similar to COVID-19, and they left it off the Season 12 DVD. Yeah, I heard about that. That's kind of wild that they did they made a quarantine episode right before COVID hit. Oh, horrible timing. And if I recall correctly, I don't think I've seen the episode, but I read up about it. And if I recall correctly, I think the idea was, it was basically like Mr. Krabs was, or was it Mr. I don't know, whatever character was quarantining was doing it because they were like being a paranoid nut job. And the idea behind the episode was like, there's no reason to be agoraphobic. Don't quarantine, go out and live your life. I could be wrong on that, but like, you know. Oh gosh. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I don't know what you do with that. Yeah, they did eventually air it, which makes sense after COVID. It makes sense that that's not as big a deal. But it is crazy they didn't put it on the DVD. That's kind of wild. Did they include it in the Season 13 DVD? Favorite seafood is snow crab. I love me some Mr. Crab legs. Although Mr. Krabs doesn't have very meaty legs. He got them big meaty claws, but the legs do not look like they would have nice meat in them.
Up, episode 56A, Born Again Krabs. After a near-death experience, Mr. Krabs vows to be more generous. Fun fact, Mr. Krabs uses his middle name, which is Harold, by the way, to fool the Dutchman. My favorite part? The ambulance subversion. But is this episode spongy or scummy like a nasty patty? Wait, I think I did that one. Anyway, it's a meh episode. It's not a bad episode or anything, it's just a little bit light in the jokes, and it also is a little bit too light in the consequences. Mr. Krabs gets to live, and SpongeBob gets sent back in the end. Really, nothing was accomplished from any of this. And I could forgive that if the episode was...
Does anything ever get accomplished in any SpongeBob episode, really?
Funnier, it just really wasn't. It's not a bad setup or anything, I just feel like it didn't deliver that well. But that's just my opinion. I could see people loving this episode, and I could see people hating this episode. Also...
What a nothing statement, because people love and hate all episodes. Every episode is someone's favorite, because it's such a popular show.
Isn't it odd that Pearl isn't in this episode? I mean, her dad pretty much dies, and she doesn't even show up. It's like the writers completely forget she exists unless she's necessary for the plot. When you have a teenage daughter, she kind of needs to be aware of these sort of things. But I guess it's applying real-world logic to SpongeBob. Going back to that thing I said earlier, though, is it just me or is this the season of disgusting Krabby Patties? I mean, in just one bite, we get to see one surrounded by trash, and then we have to see SpongeBob incinerate one. Then in Nasty Patty, they make, well, a nasty patty, And here we get to see one that's really tainted. It doesn't mean anything, I just figured I'd bring it up anyway. Episode...
Okay. Yeah, I think this is probably the D review because I think I should have gone into a little more detail. The thing about Born Again Krabs, okay? Shadow and I, not too long ago, did a Sporkle quiz naming all the SpongeBob episodes from seasons 1, 2, and 3. And Born Again Krabs is one of, I believe, 2 titles that we couldn't name. We just couldn't remember it. And I think that speaks to just how, like, kind of forgettable of an episode it is. Like, even just trying to think about it right now, I remember the Dutchman standing there with Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob, and, you know, SpongeBob being like, wait, what are you doing, Mr. Krabs? Like, you can't do this. Like, I remember him kind of, like, pleading with Mr. Krabs to be sensible. But I just don't, like, I don't know, I don't remember much about it. So, it definitely isn't a good episode, in my opinion. Like, I don't think any episode that I've, like, completely wiped from my memory could be considered good. But, yeah. Thank you for the super chat, Crimson. Have I seen The Amazing Digital Circus? No, although this week I did see like a promo thing because Mike Stolklasa from Red Letter Media. Oh, I butchered his name, but Mike from Red Letter Media was in a promo, so I'm like, oh, I'll watch this because I like Mr. Plinkett. And I watched it, and I have I want you guys to know that whatever the Amazing Digital Circus or whatever it's called is, whatever it is, it looks absolutely insane from the outside looking in. It's this, like, thing that I'm like, is this like a Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared type, like deconstruction of a kid's show? Is it an actual kid's show? I have no idea. It looks interesting. I'm not against watching it. I might. Thank you for the super chat, Dorothy. You know, I'm interested in you revisiting some SpongeBob episodes for a re-review someday, especially since it was years after that burnout you had. You know, never say never. Never say never. Maybe I would do that. Maybe. It's not for kids. Okay. Again, it looks interesting. Like, I'm not saying I'm not interested, but I'm just saying, like, it's one of those things where you see clips of it, just like literally what is happening. Could someone explain the basic premise of it? Like, the idea is that there's like an evil ringmaster in this circus that he forces everyone to be a part of it or something. Thank you for the super chat, DDD. Which action Mr. Krabs Which action Mr. Krabs did to SpongeBob would you consider worse? Selling SpongeBob's soul for 62 cents or firing him to save a nickel? Oof. I guess it depends on how religious you are. Oh, man. I feel like selling his soul for 62 cents. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But again, I don't really remember the episode. I just remember that happens. So. All right, come on. Someone explain Digital Circus to me. Can you, like, sum it up? Oh, hey, hang on. Amazing Digital Circus is an existential horror series that disguises itself with absurdist humor and bright colors. Oh, neat. Let's see. Real people get trapped in a VR fantasy game with no known way of leaving it. Okay. I get it. Well, I don't get it, but I kind of get it. Humans are trapped in a VR game with an AI ringleader. Ah. Huh. Someone asked me last time, like, do I watch, like, what independent animation or whatever do I watch? And I was like, I don't think not a lot. But I do have to say, I'm a big fan of Film Cow, the Llamas with Hats, and Charlie the Unicorn. Both of those series had finales that came out in the past few years, and both of those finales are pretty amazing. And yeah, Film Cow does great stuff. Big Charlie the Unicorn fan, especially. Crimson Mayhem says, The Amazing Digital Circus is heavily based on I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, moving on.
So 56B. I had an accident.
Speaking of, like, surrealist insanity.
After getting badly injured, SpongeBob decides to never leave his house. Fun fact, this episode's ending is bananas!
Oh, God! Ow. Why was that so loud? What was that? Oh, my God. Okay, I think whatever that audio that's about to happen here, I think we're gonna turn it down just a little bit because that was horrifying.
All right, I'll tone down the puns.
Okay. Woo! Man, that was like just a really loud sound effect. Yeah, this is before Pie Guy learned to audio mix. Somehow the children screaming boo is louder than the gunshot sound effect. Oh dear. All right. Well, ooh, I think this gets a ScumbBob review for that alone.
Anyway, my favorite part is SpongeBob's new friends. So, is it spongy or scummy? It's a good episode, but man is it weird. So, let's put the ending out of our heads for one moment and talk about the rest of the episode. I thought it was really funny, from the way SpongeBob hurts himself, to all of the things that SpongeBob has to avoid to not get hurt, to SpongeBob trying to live his life in peace indoors, and Sandy and Patrick trying to bring him out of his shell. Pretty good episode plot, and a lot of gags there. So now let's talk about the ending. And for those of you who don't remember what I'm talking about, all I'm gonna say is that it has to do with a guy in a gorilla suit and a guy in a horse suit. I can't decide if this is absolutely brilliant or absolutely idiotic. It's random, it makes no sense, but I guess that's part of the joke. I mean, plot-wise, there's no reason why it needed to be a guy in a gorilla suit. Really, it could have been anything to attack them and lure SpongeBob out. I guess the writers were pitching one day, what can we have attack Sandy and Patrick? I know. Man in a gorilla suit. Genius. Good work, everyone. I mean, SpongeBob even acknowledges how weird this is. And the family on the couch acknowledges it. So, it's self-referential. It doesn't try to think that it is making sense.
Alright, so here's the thing. I'm actually reviewing the episode, but I don't know, man. That audio attack was pretty rough. I don't know.
Sense here. So yeah, I don't know what to think of the ending, but I do know that that's a very short portion of a very funny episode. Moving right along.
I don't know, guys. What do you think? That audio is bad enough to throw it in ScumbBob, or should I bump it up a little bit? What do we think? C tier? What is a gorilla doing underwater in the first place? ScumbBob, Yappuccino, D at the most, D tier. The audio being loud keeps you on your toes. All right, I'll give it a D tier. The audio being what it is you know, it's just like, guys, wake up. Pie Guy's about to actually review something.
Along we have episode 57A, Krabby Land. Mr. Krabs builds a shoddy theme park.
No, they don't bring back the guy in a gorilla suit in a modern episode. Stop it. That doesn't happen. No, Nosferatu isn't a character. They didn't bring back the old lady. Guys, that's crazy. They wouldn't do that. It'd be stupid. I can't even tell. You guys could tell me that, like, I don't know, the most random thing comes back, and I would choose not to believe you, but you're probably right. Thank you for the super chat, media fanatic. Hi, Pie Guy, welcome back. Have I seen Has Been Hotel? Has Been Hotel and Has Been Hotel. I have not seen Has Been Hotel or Has Been Hotel. It's not. I don't think it's really my kind of thing, to be honest. Come on, they really can't bring it. Are we Smash Bros now? Everyone is here. Have I used ChatGPT? No, I'm not an AI person.
To scam kids out of their money. Fun fact, the title card is actually shown within the episode. My favorite part? Lima beans. So, is it spongy or scummy? It's pretty meh. This setup deserved a lot funnier of an episode than it actually had. I mean, there were some good bits. I like what the kids did with the money at the end of the episode, I like the whole first day of summer thing, and I kinda like the idea of Mr. Krabs building a really crummy theme park, but I feel like they didn't really go far enough with it. In fact, Krabby Land wasn't even really the main focus of—
Sorry, I can't even focus on my review. I'm just— you guys and they did not bring back some krill villain from Battle for Bikini Bottom. Get out of here. No. They can't bring everyone back. They can't do it. No, but like, actually, they didn't bring back the Alaskan bullworm. That's crazy. That would be weird. Plankton's family. What is SpongeBob like a serialized show now? Is SpongeBob like an action adventure anime? Do we have Shonen SpongeBob? What? I bet money on the fact they will never use the Strangler again. Seems too edgy for SpongeBob. Thank you, Nox here. Ironically, I'd be interested in seeing the Strangler come back. Like, he could come back. They flat out explain the whole imagination thing from Idiot Box in a modern episode. What? 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 All right, guys. I'll tell you what. In the chat, throw out some like things that they didn't actually do in modern SpongeBob episodes to make me think that they actually happened. I need some like actual insanity in here mixed in with the probably real facts you guys are telling me. Thank you for the super chat, Crimson. The gaslighting is absolutely real here. Oh gosh, and thank you, Media Fanatic. Yeah, no, I understand the show you meant to say, but no, I haven't seen that one either. It'd be kind of wild if I watched one Vibsy Pop show, but not the other one, right? Squidward got shot! Squilliam appears in the recent SpongeBob game, but he's not appeared in the show since season 6. I can't tell if that one's true or false. There's an imaginary box factory where imagination is put in boxes, completely forgetting it was a TV box. Are you guys for real? Be so for real right now, as the youth would say. They hit the fish pentagon. No! Thing that actually happened, a reference to Red Mist Squidward. Next, you guys are going to tell me that they say SpongeBob in an episode. Okay, yeah, I know. The Splinter makes a cameo. Squidward's Red Mist is apparently canon. I did hear about that one, Crimson. Although I think they edited it, right? They shot Perch Perkins. They made Dirty Dan an actual character in a later episode as a shape-shifting chameleon who always reveals himself by saying, "Actually, I'm Dirty Dan." Mr. Enter shows up in an episode and reviews what's happening to the characters. Squidward's toenail from House Fancy gets its own episode. They did have the Strangler appear as a cameo. Well, dang. Well, thank you for the super chat. Epic Gamer. Jeez. All right, let's move on. You guys are really... I don't know if you guys are making me want to watch the newer episodes to see how bad it gets. Or making me never want to see SpongeBob ever again. Or at least new SpongeBob ever again. Okay.
The episode. It was Krabby the Clown. There were long periods of this episode where nothing funny or interesting actually happened. It was just more of SpongeBob hurting himself or Mr. Krabs being a jerk. So I don't think this episode really deserves to be called good.
Okay, I'm losing focus on my video, just trying to react to what you guys are telling me. Squidiot Box makes Choir Boys looks good to me, says Dorothy. I'm sorry. They made an episode called Squidiot Box? No, but like actually, really? Seriously? Bubble Bass becomes the nostalgia critic. I did see that one going around online. Thank you, Crimson. Thank you. Golly. Whew. All right. Did I give Krabby Land a meh? What? Wow. I mean, it's definitely not the strongest of episodes, but I don't know.
Episode. It was Krabby the Clown. There were long periods of this episode where nothing funny or interesting actually happened. It was just more of SpongeBob hurting himself or...
Oh, that's right. There is that part. Okay, maybe this is fair enough. I'd maybe give this a C review. You guys are still telling me things that may or may not have actually happened. Because I told you to tell me things that don't actually happen, I still have the plausible deniability to that maybe none of this stuff happened. Oh, gosh. Thank you, Pran. Thoughts on Camp Coral and the Patrick Star Show. I am not opening up that can of worms. Thank you, Epic Gamer. They had an episode where SpongeBob gets addicted to biting fingernails. What? I mean, actually, that sounds like an episode. It doesn't sound like a great one, but it does sound like a plot. Plankton's grandma gets a starring role in an episode. Engagemations, thank you. Are you guys like what is happening?
Mr. Krabs being a jerk. So I don't think
Squidward's dad is a prank-selling prankster in a recent episode. Do they reference pranks a lot? Thank you, DDD. All right, we got to get moving.
this
here.
episode really deserves. Fun fact: Squidward is once again bad at drawing circles. It's canon. My favorite part: could it really have been anything aside from the campfire song? But is the episode spongy or scummy? It's a good episode.
Who wrote the campfire song? Was that Martin Olson, or was that? I feel like I read recently someone wrote the campfire song that was it like an Adventure Time person? I don't know. I feel like I was reading something recently, and Dan Povenmire. Yes, that's right. That is right, Perry the Platypus.
Your standard.
I made fun of myself, cringed at myself for doing impressions like all those years ago, and I still can't help myself.
Squidward, Patrick, SpongeBob fare, but
See, that would have been a fun fact, Pie Guy.
with a camping twist. You get a lot of good camping gags. You get a lot of good gags between the three personalities. And of course, there's that really funny sea bear mauling that happens at the end. Just like its title, everything in this episode is simple but effective. Episode.
I mean, I talk a little bit about the episode, but I still think it's probably a D tier.
58A. Missing identity. SpongeBob loses his name tag. Fun fact. The waitress once again references the 11-minute episode time. My favorite part? The concept of someone taking SpongeBob's name tag, putting it on, and then robbing a bank with it is absolutely hilarious. But is this episode
Absolutely hilarious, guys. It came back. Oh, gosh. Thank you, DDD. The campfire song was used in a Family Guy episode written by Dan. Oh, is that PTV, maybe? I have seen that episode.
spongy or scummy? It's a good episode. It's got a lot of really funny gags, as well as SpongeBob's complete overreaction, and it has a decent framing device around it. There's not too much to say other than the fact that it's got a decent setup with a lot of good payoffs.
That's dumb. I could talk a lot more about the missing identity episode. I feel like the general vibe and tone of it, that it's almost this kind of like mystery, like I don't want to say noir, but it does kind of have this like old-timey sad mystery vibes to it. SpongeBob sitting at a diner, reminiscing. Oops.
Next up, episode 58B, Plankton's Army. Plankton calls upon his country cousins to help him steal the secret formula. Fun fact, Plankton's first name is Sheldon. Oh, Sheldon. Anyway, my favorite part is the secret ingredient twist. Krabby Patties is people. Well, Plankton people, but still people. So, spongy or scummy? It's a good episode. As a kid, I hated this episode because Nickelodeon promoted it as a big special event where Plankton finally gets the formula. While that's kind of true, the episode is only 11 minutes long. Nickelodeon seriously pumped this up like it was going to be some big ordeal, and really it's not. To the episode's credit though, it is really funny and imaginative. There's some good jokes about Sheldon's name, some good jokes about his cousins, and some good jokes about him finally quote-unquote getting the formula. This episode would have also provided a nice finale for the Plankton episodes of SpongeBob, if this had been the last season, of course. Also, the Algae's Always Greener and Plankton's Army serve as nice bookends to Season 3. Next up is our very last special.
Alright, I'll give that a C. Not a great review, but I say some things. I say jokes as well. Also, if I reviewed episodes based on what Nickelodeon advertised them as, like, imagine just watching the advertisement. Maybe we should do that sometimes on stream. I'll find a bunch of promos for SpongeBob episodes or something, and we'll watch them and like rate how accurate they are to how the episode actually is. For some reason, in my brain, the promo that they ran for the episode Wet Painters, where it shows the Mr. Krabs taking off all the paintings and SpongeBob's there, that sticks in my head. And I think it sticks in my head because it's not sensationalist. It's literally just like, here's a joke from the episode. But most of the Nickelodeon promos are like, will SpongeBob ever be the same again? There's a murderer on the loose, and SpongeBob's set to be the next victim. Is SpongeBob gonna move away forever? Like, that's how Nickelodeon advertises. And to be fair, I don't know, it's hard to advertise jokey shows like this. Thank you for the super chat. Classic Luigi fan. Oops. Let me make this bigger. I wish I had a second monitor currently. I actually don't right now. Thank you for the super chat. Plankton people are still people. Good old Pie Guy for being a plankton rights ally. I tried. Will SpongeBob be fired forever? I don't know what this voice is.
Special of the season, episode 59, SpongeBob, the sponge who could fly. SpongeBob creates a flying machine to fly with the jellyfish, but he gets stuck doing chores. Fun fact, this episode would have served as a series finale of sorts, not including the movie, of course. Anyway, my favorite part is SpongeBob's songs, of course. Over on the Patchy side, we have episode 59P, the Lost episode. Patchy hunts down the Lost episode of SpongeBob. Fun fact, all of Patchy's SpongeBob stuff has a bow tie instead of a tie. I don't know, maybe he had it made for SpongeBob's house party?
I guess speaking of sensationalist and misleading SpongeBob advertising this episode.
Seems strange to me. Anyway, my favorite part is the miner singing. Patchy may not get it, but I do. So, spongy or scummy? Well, it's... So let's start with the Patchy stuff. I really like his segments in this episode. I like the concept of there being a lost episode that he has to hunt down. There's some gags with him on a playground, some gags with him thinking he lost the lost episode. It's probably some of Patchy's finest material. So the lost episode thing is kind of clever, even though it's a complete and total lie. They didn't lose any episode, and this is further cemented by the fact that this episode didn't even end out Season 3! Ignoring the fact that in production order there's one last episode, this episode aired in the middle of 2003. They were still making episodes in 2000
Oh, what was that? That just flashed up on the screen. What did I put there?
Aired in the middle of 2003. They were still making episodes in 2004. Yeah. As a matter of fact, UGG aired after this. As a matter of fact, The Great Snail Race Midlife Crustacean had just recently aired a few months before. And Gary Takes a Bath aired on...
Whoa! Horrible audio. Clearly recorded, like, later in a bathroom or something. Not actually, but, like, that's what it sounds like. Thanks, Crimson. Fun fact, this episode got a terrible, awful children's play made by Nickelodeon. Interesting.
On July 26, which took place right after the Lost episode. Technically speaking, Gary Takes a Bath...
Did I record this in a bathtub? Really? Thank you, DDD. The miner from the treasure hunt is Steven Hillenburg. I actually did not know that.
Bath is even a better Lost episode because it was lost for an entire season for...
Yeah, this was recorded in a bathtub, actually. I had to take a bath, you know, it happens. I was bathing my cat.
For real. It doesn't feel like a lost episode if it's aired smack dab in the middle of a few other episodes. It gets even dumber when you realize that there's a big gap that happens between 2003 and 2004 where there's only...
This is like bad visual design here, by the way. I should have put like a... This should be formatted better. There should be outlines, because white text on kind of a lightish background is bad.
A few episodes. Really, why not just air the rest of the episodes in 2003, and then late in 2004 aired the Lost episode, and then gear everyone up for the SpongeBob movie? Alright, so that tangent aside, let's get back to how the SpongeBob side of the episode...
This, by the way, this slide design, I don't think it's intentional, but this reminds me of, Mario 64. The horrible wing cap flying, levels.
It's really meh. The song is alright, but it's not that memorable, and it does feature quite a few Bikini Bottomites, as well as having some decent jokes and a nice message at the end. It just isn't that interesting, and it's not that funny. As a matter of fact, if the Patchy segments weren't there, I might have just called this episode a ScumBob one. So, yeah.
Does Young Pie not know how airing and production work? No, I don't. Okay, but to be honest, they still haven't given any good reasons why. Like, we've never really found out why some of these episodes are shuffled up.
Yeah, there's not much I don't like in this episode. It just all seems kind of dull. Also, that walk cycle goes on forever. Episode 60.
I think this could get a B. I think I did an okay job reviewing this. I think I do kind of stand by this. It's held up a lot by the Patchy segment, for sure. it's another concept that did not feel like it needed to be a special episode. Like, really, none of the season 3 specials are. Is it just. It's. Yeah, like, neither of the season 3 specials are really all that. It's kind of funny because they didn't have to do specials. I guess, I don't know, maybe Nickelodeon made them because I'm sure Nickelodeon got really good marketing and views and ad revenue and all that from doing it this way. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like the ones in season 2 they had ideas for, and then the ones in season 3 they just kind of did. Like if you were to say, like, what's a big story idea to do for a special SpongeBob episode, you certainly wouldn't say an episode where he inflates his pants and flies around. Like, that would not be. You wouldn't come up with that. You'd come up with, like, yeah, okay, like whatever happened to SpongeBob, right? SpongeBob moves away. That episode stinks, but, like, the concept of SpongeBob actually moving away is something that could feel big enough to be a special. Anyway.
A. SpongeBob meets the Strangler. SpongeBob hires a bodyguard to protect himself from a violent killer, who just so happens to be the violent killer. It sounds confusing, but it's not. Fun fact, this episode had 2 things in common with Party Pooper Pants. SpongeBob having a key under the mat, and SpongeBob having a house party. My favorite part? The Strangler's frustration. But is this episode spongy or scummy? It's a good episode. I really like this episode. From the first time I saw it, which was, by the way, on a DVD. Yeah, speaking of Nickelodeon's idiotic airing order, this episode was out on DVD before it was shown on Nickelodeon, because, hey, why just show the episode when you can make more money off the kids? I really like this episode. It has a very Bugs Bunny-esque vibe to it, where SpongeBob outwits the Strangler. That is, if you assume he actually knows it's the Strangler, which you could go either way. If you assume he knows it's the Strangler, well, then it's SpongeBob being really clever. If you assume he doesn't know it's the Strangler, then it's just sheer coincidence that SpongeBob is torturing him hilariously. How many times have I used the word torture in this video? Probably
Not as many times as you've said hilarious or absolutely hilarious, Pie.
not have as many times as I use the word hilarious.
Hey, I said it! Yay, I acknowledge it. That makes it better, right?
Anyway, there's a lot of really funny gags in this episode, and I feel like it gets overlooked a lot because of the strange airing time. It aired nowhere near any other SpongeBob episodes, and in fact, it aired not too long before the SpongeBob movie happened. So not many people remember this episode well, but it is definitely a good episode. Alright, last episode of the season.
You know, I say some stuff about the episode. That's the bar we're at, guys. And I do think that the Strangler and SpongeBob meets the Strangler, like, very underrated. I think the fact that they happened so late in SpongeBob's classic run, when perhaps some kids had, like, outgrown SpongeBob or like outgrown watching Nickelodeon, and just didn't see this episode. But this doesn't get referenced as much as it should, and it's very, very funny, and it's just so intense. The cleats thing, oh man. I also remember, this wasn't in the fun fact, but there was I think on Nicktoons Network, was a behind-the-scenes look at, like, how they animate SpongeBob, and I remember they used a clip from this episode. Maybe it was the cleats, but I remember that, and I don't know why I remember that.
Episode 60B, Pranks a Lot. SpongeBob and Patrick use invisibility spray to prank everyone in Bikini Bottom. Fun fact, strangely enough, the Flying Dutchman is not in this episode, despite the fact that everyone makes references to ghosts. Weird, right? Anyway, my favorite part is toast. So, is this last episode spongy or scummy? It's actually meh. Yeah, I am really not crazy about this episode. SpongeBob and Patrick are jerks to most of the people in Bikini Bottom, and I feel like it's very lightweight in substance. I know I said that there have been a lot of very basic plots that work, but this one really doesn't. There are some good gags when SpongeBob and Patrick are scaring people, but other than that, I don't really find this episode particularly funny, and the plot isn't that memorable. And
I don't really say what I mean by that, but I kind of stand by that, to be honest. I give that a C. The thing is that, like, actually, you know what? Maybe I'll give it a D. The review's not great, but yeah, it just kind of, I think it's just kind of a repetitive episode, really. The pranking angle is more interesting than the invisibility angle, in my opinion. But again, I understand why people like it. It's just a meh. It's definitely not a SpongeBob.
That is every episode in SpongeBob Season 3 reviewed. So here's an overall chart of which episodes were SpongeBob, meh, and good episodes. As you can see, it had quite a bit of good episodes, but those meh episodes kind of piled up towards the end, and of course there are the Scumbobs. The ScumbOb episodes being Party Pooper Pants and The Great Snail Race. The meh episodes being Ugh, Born Again Krabs, Krabby Land, The Sponge Who Could Fly, and Pranks-a-Lot. Looking at them all in a row like that, it is kind of strange that all 3 of the special episodes ended up on that list as meh or ScumbOb. In my opinion, the writer should probably just stay away from special episodes. It's not patchy that's the problem, it's just SpongeBob isn't really the kind of show where you can have this great epic plot.
I kind of stand by this statement in the sense that I don't think they should have done away with specials altogether, but I think that doing like a special every other season would have been fine. Like I think there are a handful of ideas that work as specials. I think as a special treat they could do longer episodes, but I don't think cranking out like 2 to 3 of them every season was a good idea. And yeah.
It's better if it keeps things simple.
I think I've been proven correct by that, by the way. Definitely not all the specials are bad, but there were a lot of bad specials.
So here's the data from Season 3 compared to the data from Seasons 1 and 2. As you can see, Season 2 is technically speaking the best season in that it has the least bad episodes. However, Season 3, although it has a lot of bad episodes, does have some really good episodes. The episodes that are good are amazing. There are some really fantastic episodes in here, and I'm not saying which ones because you'll see them in my top 5 in a minute. And for any of you curious, here's a list of the Seasons 1, 2, and 3 meh and ScumbOb episodes. Some trends I've noticed in the episodes are that I really don't like it when SpongeBob is mean-hearted, and honestly, I'm not too much of a fan of Gary.
Mean-hearted? I didn't say mean-spirited, I said mean-hearted. Interesting. I kind of like these visuals, I'm not gonna lie. My ScumbOb dashes and stuff.
I don't think he's a bad character or anything, it's just when a lot of plots center around him, a lot of them end up being not very good. Alright, now it's time for Pie Guy's Top 5.
By the way, this like post-analysis is much better than the one in Season 2 already. Thank you for the super chat. Pranks-a-Lot would have been a terrible season finale. Or series finale. Yeah, you're not kidding. Of these episodes, right, if you had to pick a Season 3 episode to be the series finale, I mean, like, I don't know, Mermaid and Barnacle Boy 5 wouldn't be the worst. Like, the Lost episode thematically with Patchy kind of works, but the SpongeBob segments aren't good, so that wouldn't really be great there. I don't know, what would you guys pick if you had to pick a series finale out of one of the episodes in Season 3? Like, I guess Mermaid and Barnacle Boy, like, Mermaid and Barnacle Boy is one of the, like, few recurring themes here, you know, and it does feature all of the episodes pretty, or all the characters pretty, all the characters are pretty in focus in that episode, so. Plankton's Army, okay, that's true. I do mention it's a good cap off to the Plankton episodes. No Weenies Allowed would sort of build up to the movie. Interesting. Huh. The Krusty Krab training video would be kind of funny, ending the whole series on that that cutoff joke. Like if it aired after the movie or something, that'd be pretty good. All right, let's finish this thing out.
So at number 5, we have fittingly enough Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5. It was a close call between 4.
I think I accidentally just lowered the audio. Sorry about that. I was like, wow, did it get quiet? Crimson says the Krusty Krab training video. Yeah, I agree with you.
4 and 5, but 5 won out overall. In 4th, we have One Krab's Trash. At number 3, we have Wet Painters. At number 2, we have Krusty Krab training video. And at number 1, we have Chocolate with Nuts. Does anyone notice anything weird about this list?
No, I don't.
You're looking at production order. Episode 50A is Wet Painters. Episode 50B is the Krusty Krab training video. Episode 52A is Chocolate with Nuts. And episode 52B is Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5. So aside from One Krab's Trash, the rest of the episodes are right smack dab in the middle of the season. In fact, they're between SpongeBob's House Party, my least favorite episode of the season. I guess they just hit their peak in the middle of the season and then kinda went downhill. Not too...
I mean, I do think that there is a fair point to say that the show started to run out of steam a little bit in, like, the back quarter of Season 3. certainly it didn't get awful, and certainly a lot of the episodes are still really good, like the Strangler, but there might have been like a little bit of production fatigue, especially with the movie. Thank you for the super chat, Ethan. I don't think I'll repeat that.
Many things on expectations versus reality this time, but for our first expectation, I thought there would be very few meh and SpongeBob episodes, but boy was I wrong. Also, and this is a small one, but there's a few episodes that I thought took place in Season 4, like Krabby Land. As it turns out, nope, obviously, Season 3. So my first note is that these episodes had a very strange airing.
Alright, Pie Guy, you've said this. Pie Guy, this is the 4th time you've brought strange airing order to class.
Order, but I've harped on that before. My next note is that the second half has a lot of really good episodes and a lot of really bad episodes. Some of these episodes are the best in the original run. My next note is that there were too many gimmicky episodes here. As you saw, all the special episodes ended up on my list. As well as that.
Although, I mean, the Krusty Krab training video, again, it's not a half-hour episode, but it is a gimmick episode for sure, and that's an incredibly strong episode.
Nickelodeon promoted the heck out of Plankton's army and
Really, guys, Krusty Krab training video could have been 20 minutes, right? That could have been a special. That would have been kind of interesting. That Patchy wants to get a job at the Krusty Krab, and so they send him this video. There we go. There's your Patchy segments. Is that Patchy's watching this? He's practicing becoming a fry cook because he thinks he's gonna go work with SpongeBob. There you go.
Identity for whatever reason. And my last note is that there happens to be a lot of crazy endings here. Although I guess a lot of that is I had an accident. Well, that's about it for season.
What other episodes had crazy endings? I mean, other than Krusty Krab getting cut off, training video getting cut off. Well, yeah. What other endings are weird, or like especially wacky? I'm not really sure. I mean, the Algae's Always Greener has kind of a crazy ending. Pranks a Lot ending, eh. These reviews definitely walk so Kuro's Ben 10 breakdowns could run. That would be hilarious lead up to the Patchy segments for a friend or foe. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I must have subconsciously forgot that. Thank you, DDD. All right.
Season 3, join me in Season 4 when... Wait. No, something comes before Season 4.
Uh-oh.
Something really super important to SpongeBob that I absolutely have to cover. So, join me next time when I cover...
I forgot I did that. Ah, good joke, Pie Guy. Yay. That was a good joke. Okay. All right, guys. I have to hit the bathroom. But when I get back, we will tackle Season 4. I'm not going to do the movie. At least not right now. Maybe another time we'll rewatch the movie review. I don't even know how I feel about that video anymore, for sure. But yeah, I'll be right back. Yo. I am back. Crimson, thank you. That video was absolutely hilarious. No, that video was pretty bad. That was a pretty bad one. Not gonna lie. Whoa, gosh. Oh, hey, it's Painty. Or it's Pinty. I don't know. What do we call the Pie Guy version of Painty? Welcome back. Thank you. Does anyone have anything to declare before we jump into this Season 4 review? Are there going to be future Pie Guy videos or streams? Yes, there's future videos are coming, but I'm trying to do kind of bigger videos, and I'm trying to fully script them as well, so they just take time, you know? All right. Already, like, this looks like my production values are upped, you know? Like, I was clearly trying to do something a little bigger. Let's see where we go.
Is PIEGUYRULZ here, and welcome back to every episode of SpongeBob Season 4 Reviewed. So Season 4
hey, a
is where things
transition!
are about to get really interesting. Like, really interesting. We're out of what is considered to be the classic or Hillenburg era, but in my personal opinion, we haven't quite entered the new era. Season 4 is like a transitional period. From what I remember of this season, it's definitely a mixed bag.
PyCons!
Of course, my memory is kind
Audio's too quiet? Okay, I'll raise that. I think the video's audio is a little quieter.
of skewed because, well, Nickelodeon released half of the season on DVD before it aired on TV. So I got the DVD, marathon the episodes, and haven't went back to watch a lot of these episodes in years. There are a few that
This is the ancient PyCon. PyCon's 1.0.
I keep coming back to because they are just really great. I remember that when I first watched them, and I still feel that way now. But there's a lot of these episodes that
I'm not even using the transition between the PyCons, like the fades. Old PyCons are the best PyCons? Really? I don't agree with that. Thick eyebrows. Oh yeah.
just aren't particularly interesting, or at least they weren't when I initially watched them. Is that still the case? Well, I guess you'll have to keep watching to find out. There isn't really many changes in the format this time, and I'm sure you'll pick up on them along the way, so with that, let's just dive right into Season 4. Episode 6.
The second PyCons were the best. Interesting. I don't. Just so you guys are aware, I don't think I'm going to use the PyCons again. I think that time is gone. New PyCons have that chiseled jaw. That's Kuro for you.
51A. Fear of a Krabby Patty. After working for a few days straight, SpongeBob becomes afraid of Krabby Patties. My favorite part of the episode...
Okay, so my audio is better, but I can hear like a whirring sound, like I'm using a camera, like a disc-based camera or something, which I might have been. I'm not sure.
Episode is Dr. Peter Langton. If you look at this episode from a SpongeBob perspective, it's actually really annoying and not very good. Actually, this episode pretty much starts with SpongeBob screaming, which is not a very good sign for the post-movie episodes. However, if you look at it from a Plankton's perspective, and especially in the second half of the episode where Plankton is counseling SpongeBob, the episode is really, really funny, and I think a lot of the therapy jokes work very well. And for all of those reasons, I would consider it a good episode. Also of note in this episode is that something seems to be really wrong with the character models for Mr.
I would not say wrong. Definitely not wrong. Just different. That's C.H. Greenblatt
Krabs
style.
and SpongeBob. Mr. Krabs' eye stalks are too short in a couple of scenes and not bent the way they should be. SpongeBob seems to be a little bit taller, maybe his eyes are bigger. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what's wrong, but there's definitely something off with the character models in this episode.
Oh, I don't even say why. All right, but first of all, that's an okay review. Not amazing, but it seems like a step up from a lot of the stuff from season 3. I think I'd give it a C. I should have researched the C.H. Greenblatt thing. Oh yeah, no more absolutely hilarious, no more listing fun facts. Yeah, man. That's why it sounds better, even though the review itself wasn't better. The fact that I don't make so many dumb puns. C or D? D tier? Really? All right. I mean, if you guys say so. I mean, you know what? The thing is that I do really love this episode a lot. Fear of a Krabby Patty is maybe one of my favorite episodes of all time, to be completely honest. It's just a really good episode, and I wish I wasn't so, like, negative sounding on the animation, like, the art style being weird, because it's different, but it's cool. I like it. I like the... And yeah, I don't know what I mean with Plankton perspective. I don't know. You know what? Yeah, sure. D. Fine. Beautiful icon for Shell of a Man. So, okay. In the first, I think, like, 2 seasons... I didn't really talk much about the images for Season 3, but in the first 2 seasons, I was using a lot of stock photos. And then in Season 3, I used a decent amount of stock photos, and I used a little bit of Photoshop. Now, here we are in Season 4, where I actually had an artist. This was someone I was dating at the time. And in addition to having an artist, I had also upped my Photoshop game so that I could do basic things like Shell of a Man art here. Honestly, part of me kind of wishes I had just stuck with this art style for all the images, because it's kind of charming in an MS Paint kind of way, right?
Episode 61B, Shell of a Man. After Mr. Krabs molts his shell, SpongeBob must impersonate him at a Navy reunion. My favorite part is all of the revelations at the end, all of the tough Navy guys revealing that pretty much all of their personas are lies nowadays because they're gotten so old. There's a few episodes from this season that really stand out in my mind. When I was a kid, most of these episodes I didn't see more than once. I watched them and then I was done with the season. However, a few of them, this included, stood out in my mind so much that I would continue to go back to this DVD set explicitly to see those episodes. Shell of a Man is one of those episodes. So yes, it is a good episode. All you really need to know is that it's SpongeBob having to portray Mr. Krabs at a tough guy army reunion, and you'll know that it is a classic setup. There is some good visual humor with Mr. Krabs' shell, but primarily, the jokes from this episode come from SpongeBob, the big weenie that he is, having to pretend to be a tough guy like Mr. Krabs.
Okay. Yeah, I think that could get like a B review. Could have been better. Not like an amazing review, but I think like you have to admit, from season 3 to this season, my like production game has been raised exponentially. This was another piece of art that I did, by the way, the stuffed mattress. You know, I have more interesting art that I'm doing myself and also getting help with. I have you know, I get Painty the Pirate. I also used a little bit of effects work with like the flowers at the beginning moving across the sky. I got the PyCons, and also I sound a lot more confident in what I'm saying. I'm not stumbling over my words as much. I used a lot more audio editing. I don't know when. I wonder how long between season 3 and 4. Like when did this come out compared to season 3? But yeah, I talk about the comedy and the content of the episode 100%. And I mean, part of it might have just been also, in addition to now like having practice and more production skills and all that stuff, I think the fact that like excuse me, the fact that I'm like more engaged, I think, with season 4, just because it's like, okay, cool, there's a lot to talk about here. These are episodes that I haven't seen a million times, right? They haven't been discussed to death. So,
Episode 62A, The Lost Mattress. After Mr. Krabs' money-filled mattress gets thrown away, SpongeBob, Patrick, and
season 3 came out in August of 2013. And when was season 4?
Squidward must get it back from an angry guardworm. My favorite part about this episode, hands down, is Patrick. He actually sees through some of Squidward's shenanigans. He calls him out on the fact that he didn't pay for the mattress, and he does a few things in this episode that indicates he's not as stupid as everyone thinks he is. I like that. I like the stupid character who can occasionally make the most sense out of everyone. And there's still some stupid jokes here. It's not like his characterization is completely off, they just threw him a bone. That's not all though. There's a lot of good jokes, from the angry guard worm slapstick stuff to Mr. Krabs being at the hospital and having to be constantly moved. There's some good jokes here, and it's a really good episode. This episode relies on breaking continuity entirely. When has Mr. Krabs ever slept on a mattress? Every time it's been a hammock, and we've seen his hammock a number of times.
That doesn't sound right. Season 4 came out in June 2014. Okay, yeah. So not that much longer after.
This episode completely breaks that just to tell a story, but it works. And I don't care about the continuity because the story works. It's an interesting and funny story that makes sense for the characters. Yeah, it throws that one little piece of continuity out the window, but you know what? It was worth it. If an episode can retcon something and still work, then I think that proves that it's a pretty strong episode.
I think that's a B tier review right there. I think it works. I think it works. I feel like you're actually trying to pitch these episodes to us instead of assuming we just know them. That's honestly a good point. Thank you, DDD. If you do rankings for seasons 5 through 10, I'm gonna guess the streams are gonna be reduced to one season because of how much longer those videos are. Yeah, probably. To be honest.
But 62B, Krabs versus Plankton. After Plankton slips in the Krusty Krab, he decides to sue for the formula. My favorite part of this episode is SpongeBob Lawyer Pants, for a few reasons. First of all, this is the first portrayal of SpongeBob this season that I think is actually accurate. Up till now, he hasn't been the best of characters. He's been crying a lot, he's been laughing a lot, he's been doing a lot of stupid things, and the spotlight's actually been on Mr. Krabs and Plankton. And while, yes, this episode does still keep the spotlight on Mr. Krabs and Plankton, SpongeBob does have a very strong presence in this episode. Also, seeing SpongeBob trying to be serious even though he's such a goofball is some really good stuff. And they've never had an episode set in a courtroom before, so it's original and fresh here. It's a good episode. Even though I don't quite think they've gotten the main character's character down, we're off to a pretty good start here. A little thing that I like about this episode is that it begins with Plankton on a mattress, which is actually like a nice wraparound because the last episode was all about a mattress, and this one starts off with Plankton on a mattress. Episode 6.
Interesting. Also, there was like a bit of background noise there, apparently. Weird. But yeah, no, I think that's another B tier review. I'm doing it, man. I'm doing it. I'm actually reviewing the episodes. I sound confident. I'm speaking faster. That's also important. If these videos are gonna be long, you have to speak faster.
63. Have you seen this, Snail?
Oh no! Oh, I gotta talk about this.
After SpongeBob forgets to feed Gary, he runs away. So there's a few things I actually have to mention about this episode. It is indeed a special episode, but no, there's no patchy segments. I'm not sure why, but the other special this season doesn't have patchy segments either. Maybe it's just so they could tell a longer story, maybe the patchy stuff was just wearing thin. I don't know, but it's not here, and honestly, in this episode, it kind of shows. It could really use something more lighthearted to break up this kind of depressing episode. Another unusual thing about it is that it's like the first time that Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy have been referenced without actually appearing, and not being a Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode explicitly. It's actually kind of nice to see, hey, they exist out of these select few episodes. So my favorite joke of the episode is the fact that Patrick actually won in paddleball in the Dirty Bowl Challenge, but then he lost the trophy. I like it because the joke is set up like Patrick took the challenge and lost and it ruined his life. But no, the joke is that he won, he just lost the trophy. And sadly, it's telling that that's my favorite part about this 22-minute special. One subtle joke that really doesn't even relate to the main plot at all. Here's the thing about this special, it's not funny. There's a few jokes, but more of this episode is actually just depressing. Seeing how sad SpongeBob is because he blew it with Gary is just really sad. And this is punctuated by a really sad song that goes on for way too long in the middle of this episode and kind of feels like padding. I mean, really, there isn't even much to this story. Gary runs away, finds an old lady to live with, and SpongeBob is sad, and just puts up flyers to try and get him back. It's almost like a realistic portrayal of a pet running away. Plus, didn't we kind of have this story in Dumped already? I appreciate that the SpongeBob writers are trying to get me to feel emotions other than just laughing, but come on, SpongeBob is a comedy that doesn't follow any sort of continuity. If you actually believe that he was gonna lose Gary, then you probably don't know too much about the structure of these episodes. So there's really nothing at stake here, and so there's not really any reason for me to care. However, I will give the episode points because there's really nothing about it that makes it unwatchable, and the few jokes that they do tell work. The song, although kinda depressing and perhaps going on a bit too long, is actually kind of catchy, so I'm gonna go ahead and give this episode a meh. Yeah, it's definitely not what you want to look for in an episode of SpongeBob, but you could do a lot worse. The episode is definitely passable, even though it is very flawed.
All right. First of all, the piano music was a little too loud, and I should have had something even sappier. Some of you guys want me to put it in S tier. I was mostly trolling. No, I think it's an A tier review. I don't know if I could put it in S tier if I've gotten so much crap for it over the years. Like, look, I'm glad that I have some opinions that actually do go against the grain. It's funny that I've gotten accused of, like, making people hate SpongeBob episodes, or, like, you know, making, I don't know, like episodes like The Great Snail Race controversial or something like that, when, you know, basically no one agrees with me. Maybe not no one, but a lot of people disagree with me about this episode, and that's totally fine. But it's just like this idea that somehow my opinion can force people to hate good episodes or something. It's like, no, if you agree with the opinion, you agree with the opinion, but, like, I'm not forcing anyone to believe anything. You explained your points pretty well. Yeah, I think I do. I should not have been so harsh about, like, if you think that Gary's going away, you don't watch SpongeBob, little baby. That's a ridiculous thing to say, considering, like, 1 or 2 seasons ago, I'm like, all right, guys, Mr. Krabs did a bad thing here, but you gotta forgive him, okay? It's not too bad that he did that. Like clearly I hadn't fully grasped how SpongeBob works yet. All right. Anyway, but yeah, no, I understand. Like, I've heard a lot of very convincing arguments about why people like this episode. Why have you seen the Snail's good? I still just kind of stick by what I stick by, but yeah.
Episode 64A, Skill Crane. Squidward becomes obsessed with a claw machine at the Krusty Krab. My favorite part about this episode...
I've done most of this art, by the way, like all this. I mean, you could tell because it's got the beveling that's supposed to give it, like, a 3D effect.
Is when Squidward goes to pick up things at his home and he just cannot. It is some great sound mixing with some just great reactions from Squidward. It is really, really funny. This episode does a few things that a lot of people don't like. It tortures Squidward for very little reason. It just kind of seems like the universe is against him. And while I get how that can be frustrating in a lot of episodes, I feel like this episode kind of balances it very nicely. Squidward is a jerk at parts of this episode, but he's also kind of sympathetic.
You can actually hear a horn outside.
And this is an extremely realistic situation. Claw machines are evil.
Whoa! Alright, I gotta stop with these jump scares. Holy.
I know. I used to play them a lot as a kid, and I was good at them. Although recently they seem to have exclusively rigged all of them so they're impossible.
Oh, silly pie guy, you were going on tirades against claw machines? In the wonderful year of 2026, we get nonstop ads for, like, DraftKings and horrible gambling apps designed to addict people. Like, yeah, okay, cranes are kind of a scam, but, you know, it's not that much of a scam compared to everything else in today's society.
Possible to play, but sometimes it just seems like some people get all the luck and others just cannot catch a break with these machines. It's ironic that it's called a skill crane because a lot of it is just luck. Anyway, I think this is a good episode, and maybe it's my bias because I really love claw machines, but I think the episode is just well put together. It's funny, it knows exactly where to go for every character. Mr. Krabs is a little bit of a jerk, but he's not overly greedy. Squidward pretty much does all the punishment to himself by continuing to play the game, and Mr. Krabs even gets comeuppance at the end with the Krusty Krab breaking. Squidward's a little bit of a jerk, so it warrants the punishment he gets, but he's still also sympathetic. SpongeBob is actually realistic here with more than just blind happiness or sadness as an emotion. He even gets a little bit fed up with Squidward when he's being cocky. Episode 64B.
Yeah, that review was alright. I could have done without the tangent, to be honest, or at least, like, it didn't need to be a full tangent. I could have just mentioned, like, you know, hey, skull cranes are... Actually, I don't even need to mention that at all. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they're scams. It's not relevant to the review. I think B tier is good.
Good neighbors. Squidward tries to have a relaxing Sunday. My favorite part about this episode is the opening shots of Squidward, SpongeBob, Patrick sleeping. It's really nicely edited and is a nice way to start off the episode. Unfortunately, everything else is downhill from there. This is a
SpongeBob episode.
Through and through.
Hey, is that the first SpongeBob, SpongeBob frame? Like the frame of the slide? Yeah, I think so. I don't think it was based on anything this season. I think it was just, I just had the idea, why don't I put scum around the edges? And, the rest is history.
This is a Squidward torture episode done wrong. What does Squidward want to do in this episode? Just have a relaxing Sunday. And SpongeBob and Patrick ruin it beyond belief in ways that just aren't even funny. They're just so ignorant of the world around them and Squidward's emotions that it's not funny, and there's not even an excuse in this episode. I mean, yes, there's Naughty Nautical Neighbors, which starts off with Squidward being a jerk to SpongeBob and Patrick. Then there's Jellyfishing, which involves Squidward being bandaged up so SpongeBob and Patrick don't know that he hates what they're doing. In this episode, they just have no excuse. They're just idiots, and none of it is funny. And there's also a random giant robot at the end of this episode Squidward's house turns into. It's stupid, it's frustrating to watch, nothing is funny, and it just makes you feel so bad for Squidward. Also, this episode made me think about toenails in Squidward's house. Thankfully, though, this isn't that episode. But we'll get there. Oh man, we'll get there. It's ironic that an episode with good in the title would turn out to be so bad.
Thank you, DDD. The frame at the end of the episode where Squidward yells at SpongeBob and Patrick to get out of my house became a meme a few years ago. What didn't become a meme on SpongeBob? What do you guys think? I mean, that was definitely the angriest I've gotten so far. There was some passion in that review. You think A tier? I could do A tier on that. I could give it a little A tier. Boom. All right, A tier. Here we go.
Episode 65A, Selling Out. Mr. Krabs sells Krusty Krab to a conglomerate. My favorite part is actually not the musical number. I think it's a catchy song, and I think that it actually makes a nice theme song for Nickelodeon these days. But
oh, it only gets worse.
The fact that he's just singing about how he likes money more than he likes his daughter Pearl is a bit much. Also, why is there a bird underwater? However, him being flanderized in this song is actually kind of made up for at the end, where he buys back the Krusty Krab, realizing there are some things that are more important than money. My favorite part of the episode is his ending monologue, which I've included there for you. It's a little bit tarnished by the fact that he says he doesn't mean it like a second later, but I think he's just covering for his true emotions. He actually does care about SpongeBob, Squidward, and the Krusty Krab more than money, which is a nice step in the right direction for his character. So what am I giving?
I don't know why I was so like adamant about like, listen, Mr. Krabs needs to be a good guy all the time. How dare he be mean?
This episode? Meh. Yeah.
What? I gave this a meh? What? What is wrong with me?
It actually does some nice things for Mr. Krabs' character, but honestly, it's not that funny. And if a SpongeBob episode isn't funny, then it fails on some level. The plot is actually really good, and probably even better than most plots from season 1 through 3, but if it's not funny, then it's not gonna get a good episode grade. That's...
Alright, this is probably where I get all the comments from about, you know, SpongeBob, it can be more than just funny. And it's true, it can be more than just funny.
Why you come to see SpongeBob, you don't come for the plot.
The plot can help facilitate the humor, and it can still be good in its own right.
If the plot is good, then that's great. I'm glad to see.
Also, I mean, to be fair, of all SpongeBob episodes, right? This one has like actual social commentary. So I mean, at least I do explain myself a little bit, but people are saying C tier. I kind of think it's a D, if not a SpongeBob review. Like, again, I think what it lacks in humor, it does make up for in commentary. I'll put a D. I'll put it in a D, and I'll apologize.
That they're taking steps to making the plot more complex, but if it comes at the
And you're right, I don't talk about Carl. I definitely
sake
should
of
have.
comedy, then it's just not worth it. You're gonna see that this sums up a lot of the episodes in season 4. Good plot, but unfortunately just not that funny. I'm also gonna mention the fun fact here because it's really annoying. Mr. Krabs says later in the episode that he doesn't know how to ride a bike, yet early on we see him with a photo album teaching Pearl how to ride one. Seriously, you can't keep your continuity straight in 11 minutes, guys?
I mean, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. I don't love that. I don't know. I'd like a little bit of consistency, but it's also really not worth getting that upset about.
I understand why you don't want to keep it from episode to episode, but it's only a few minute time span between these two gags. And the photo could have been swapped out for another memory so easily. And in fact, the photo album's only there so he could say that horrible joke about how he cares about money more than Pearl. Episode 65B, Funny Pants. Squidward convinces SpongeBob not to laugh for an entire day. I was very conflicted on how to feel about this episode. It was somewhere between meh and SpongeBob. There are some things I like the Patrick and the banana peel.
Oh, actually, I remember something now. That's right. My artist, she hand drew a bunch of stuff, and I scanned them and used Photoshop to color. Yeah, it was kind of an interesting hybrid situation there. That's right. She didn't use like digital tools. That's right. I'm remembering that. I think I still have a lot of the raw like drawings.
Gag, as cheesy as it is just really funny. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I like the stupid humor, but really I think it works. Unfortunately, there's not actually that many other funny things in this episode, which is kind of ironic, and that's probably why.
Oh no, I actually really like this episode until you mentioned the squeaky toy effect, and I could never unhear it. Pushed it into meta territory. I'm sorry.
I included that quote over there. The thing is, the plot itself is not bad. The idea of Squidward convincing SpongeBob not to laugh for an entire day and then SpongeBob thinking he's lost his ability to laugh, that's a pretty good plot. It's not bad and could have made for a good episode. But no, with it not being funny, it is not a good episode. And I rewatched it, and what really pushed me over the edge from meh right into SpongeBob territory is SpongeBob's infernal laughter. They make it even more annoying in this episode by adding a squeaky toy effect to it, and it plays constantly in the episode. And then he cries a lot in the episode. There's also plot holes, like why was SpongeBob in pain in the first place if his laugh box wasn't actually broken? Or are they saying that it was actually broken? And the ending of this episode is also really stupid. So yes, it is a
SpongeBob episode.
for a few
Oh yeah, I didn't put the scum effect on the Krabby Patties. That's just a mistake. That there's nothing to read into there.
reasons, and it is a shame because it could have been good, and maybe if it was just a little bit less annoying, it would have gotten the meh. Also, for some reason, Sandy's voice is off in this episode. I don't know, I think it's that her accent just isn't as thick, and she's a little bit more soft-spoken in this episode. Hark!
Thank you for the super chat, Pran. Funny Pants had me thinking laugh boxes were real. I assume it's just a play on your voice box, right? That could like a B, maybe, or maybe a C. I go on a little bit too much. A C tier. Yeah, C is fair. Also, yeah, I don't like that I couldn't come up with something iconic for the episode, like the picture, the fact that it's just a funny looking pair of pants. I don't know. That's either really stupid or kind of funny. But yeah, the thing is that to this day, like I don't remember anything about this episode other than that laughing. That's all I remember at this point. So, yeah.
Dunces and Dragons. SpongeBob and Patrick are sent back to the medieval ages and must stop an evil wizard. Before I say anything about the episode...
So, okay, so I do... there's a little bit of cringe in that weird accent that I did, but I will say, like, in fairness, because I'm confident about it, I feel like I make it work a little more than some of my other, like, weird voices and impressions.
Proper, I want you to look at that fun fact. 8.5 million people saw this on its premiere. That is really, really impressive for a television show. I need that to soak in, and I can't stress how important it is that many people watched this episode. And you know what? It couldn't have gone to a better episode. This episode is amazing.
Say episode too many times, Pie Guy.
It is definitely a good episode, and dare I say, one of the best episodes of the entire series. You know why? Because not only is it genuinely funny, it gets the parody right, and you know what? It tells the most epic story that could ever be told in an episode of SpongeBob. Remember how I said that the only thing people come to SpongeBob for is comedy? That's true, and they have to provide that, which they did here, but in addition to that, they provided a somewhat epic story with foreshadowing to the solution, and a beginning, middle, and end, with trials along the way, with things that happen and unexpected parallels, and everything about this episode is great and works. I'm hard-pressed to find something about this episode that I don't actually like. Maybe it's the ending, in that if you want to leave it ambiguous, then don't show Squidly there. It's kind of a lame joke. But aside from that, everything in this episode is fantastic. I almost wish this was like an hour long, because it just really is that good an episode. It's funny and epic, and it gets the time period right. And I don't know what more you could ask for in an episode than that.
Actually, you know, I think this might be an A review. To be honest, this is a really good review. The choice of music is actually a bop, and I say quite a lot about the episode. And I think we need to grade a little bit higher to episodes that I like, that I give good reviews, because it's obviously easier for me to do good reviews for episodes I don't like. But yeah, pretty good. So I changed my mind immediately about SpongeBob needing to be funny only. No, I think I just didn't word it correctly, maybe, like, the first time. Just that, like, again, it's not that the story doesn't matter. It's just, like, it's just not the most important thing. In my opinion, the most important thing is the comedy. If it does other things well on top of that, then fantastic. Oh, you guys doing the funny numbers.
67A, Enemy-in-Law. Plankton falls in love with Mama Krabs. This episode is yet another great example of a good story that just isn't funny. It's a decent concept for an episode. Plankton falling in love with Mr. Krabs' mom, especially considering he doesn't know that she knows the secret formula. That's a clever setup. There's a lot of clever things about this episode, but you know what? It's just not funny.
What was that? It was supposed to be a soap opera like music thing, but I don't know that it plays that way. It's just like a weird sound effect.
There are some jokes in this episode. I like the roll call, if you can call that a joke, and I like the very subtle line that Plankton says that I highlighted there, because it's very clever and it's very subtle that they don't actually explain that to you. I like that. But really, by and large, this episode just doesn't have jokes. And you know what it feels like? It feels like a dang soap opera. Who wants a soap opera?
I think that's the point, Pie Guy. Like, that's the point.
Out of SpongeBob. No one. So, I'm gonna have to give it a meh. Episode 6.
Nah, yeah, that review wasn't it. I could definitely give that a D. I think, from my memory of the episode, I feel like it doesn't have enough... Like, it's like the premise is a good idea. Like, it's funny in how insane it is, but they just don't... They don't utilize it, right? Like... but that being said, like, clearly it's supposed to be a parody of soap operas. I don't know. I don't know what I was on. Yeah, D tier.
67D, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 6, the motion picture. SpongeBob and the gang make a Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy film. I'm a film major, in case you didn't know.
Do I do the actor's joke? I think I do the actor's joke. Let's see.
I think I'm the most qualified person to judge whether or not this is a good episode. And let me tell you, it is definitely a good episode. There is so many great jokes in this episode and such great timing. My favorite one is Pearl's roll. It doesn't make sense because Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy ride around in an invisible boatmobile, but you know what? It's really funny that Pearl is the car, especially with Mr. Krabs' line, Mermaid Man wouldn't get anywhere without you. That is good comedy. Plus Sandy's constant explosives, giving Plankton the boom microphone, Patrick being the cameraman, like it all just fits so perfectly. Although they don't go too deep into parodying the whole making a film, they do kind of touch on how hard it is to do this and how it takes everyone coming together to make a movie right. Really, there's only two things I don't like about this episode. One, Patrick clearly didn't have the lens cap on the camera the entire time. That joke doesn't make much sense. And this one's just a minor nitpick, but I kind of wish there was some sort of meta joke on the SpongeBob movie. I mean, this episode came out right after it. You'd think they would have made some kind of joke. But those complaints are minor, and this is a really good episode. Episode 68.
I think it's a B tier review. Totally fine review. Nothing super special about it, but again, a well-described episode that I like. I love the fun fact. It feels so petty. What was the fun fact? I can't. Oh, yeah. About the lens. I apparently do the actors bit in the spongy bits. That's right. I have a theory that Patrick was lying about the lens cap to mess with SpongeBob. Is there a theory that Patrick is actually just like has been smart the entire series, but he just likes messing with people? He just hates everyone. Oh, actually, speaking of Patrick being smart, thanks for the super chat, Con Mary Constructs. Considering your fandom of the Danganronpa series, oh, good memory. What are your thoughts on the very controversial V3, especially the ending and what happened in the future, considering the existence of Danganronpa 2x2? So it's been a long time since I played V3. I thought it was really interesting. It's one of those things. I can't spoil it for anyone, but it's one of those things it's a very interesting ending. I kind of liked it as an ending to that game, but in like the broader context of Danganronpa, it's very strange. It's very strange. I don't know. I feel like for that kind of visual novel, you need to go for big swings. So I enjoyed it at the time. I don't know if I'd enjoy it on a replay though. Like I don't know that it would hold up. Anyway. Patrick SmartPants.
From the way his voice is to his mannerisms, it is all just done very well. And I even like the twist at the end of it wasn't just a fall that caused him to become smart. It was the brain coral. Like, that's a nice twist. A weaker show would have just been, oh, head injury, we can do whatever we want.
That honestly seems like what SpongeBob would have done, by the way, in a lot of other episodes where it would just be like, I don't know, he bonked his head.
Patrick's character is really strong in this episode, and that's good because it's really what pulls it together. If Patrick, as a smart person, was really annoying and obnoxious and just blech, the episode would not have worked. And yes, he's annoying and obnoxious to the characters, but he's not really annoying and obnoxious to us. I mean, hearing Squidward getting called out for being bad at playing clarinet.
I can still hear traffic in the background, by the way, if you listen with headphones. Oh dear, could you tell that I lived on a busy street?
That's true. I was almost going to give this episode a meh, because honestly, as much as I like Smart Patrick and I think this episode is clever on a number of levels, it really isn't that funny. But when I watched it again, it did get a few laughs out of me. There are a few good jokes.
There's no police sirens in one, is there really? Maybe there...
There's a lot of little subtle moments with Patrick being smart in relation to a lot of these other stupid characters. There's even a decent callback in how Patrick kidnaps SpongeBob with a jellyfish net, much like what he tries to do in Nature Pants. So after much deliberation, I decided that this is indeed a good episode. Episode 6.
That review is maybe like a C. I feel like maybe I could have been a little briefer on that. Wingstruck has the police sirens? That's right, it does. That's right! Oh, man. Interesting. That's gonna get nastier review, obviously. The best part was the gunshots happening outside. Yeah, you guys didn't know it. Those gun sound effects for the SpongeBob, those were just real guns going on. Okay. I shouldn't joke with what's going on in America, but anyway. Where are we putting this review? I think I could go with C. Like it wasn't amazing. It was an okay review. Take a sip of water here. B tier? Nah, it's gotta be C tier. Why were those actual gunshot sounds? Because that was it was a preset sound effect in PowerPoint, which was the software I was using to make the video.
68B, SquidBob TentaclePants. Sandy's machine accidentally fuses Squidward and SpongeBob together. I just want to point out that this is one of like a million episodes that begins with Squidward waking up, including Good Neighbors just a few episodes ago. Also, this is like one of the first major examples of Sandy going full-on science fiction. Yes, we had a few episodes where she was shown to be really smart, like with Smart Patrick, or teaching SpongeBob how to laugh again. And yes, there is Sandy's rocket from the first season, but here it is full-blown science fiction machines that she's making. So I really like the tone of this episode, probably more than anything else about the episode. They have a lot of science fiction music playing, a lot of really grotesque forms of Squidward and SpongeBob, some dramatic camera angles, that sort of stuff. They really play it up, and they know their science fiction shtick. I mean, we've seen episodes like Plankton before, where, yeah, that's all science fiction right there. However, I don't really think they got any of the comedy right, and this seems to be yet another episode that falls under the category of not a bad plot, but just not funny enough for me to consider it a good episode, so I have to go with meh. I really like this idea. I think so much more could have been done with it. It just isn't funny. Episode 69A.
That was an okay review, I think. I don't know. I'm trying to remember the episode. Again, it's like crazy just how many times I saw the first 3 seasons on Nickelodeon, and then we get to the 4th season already, and I'm like, I mean, obviously I've seen it at least 3 times, definitely more than that. I saw it 3 times for this video, and more than that, but I still just don't remember. I remember the weird horror at the end. It's meh, but it plays the good episode sound effect. Ah, man, what a fool I was. Yeah, that could be a C. Sandy Cheeks and Jimmy Neutron should have met up. Well, Jimmy certainly does like the voice actress. She plays Jimmy's love interest on that show, I think. She plays Cindy. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, Krusty Towers.
Krusty Towers. Mr. Krabs turns the Krusty Krab into a hotel where the staff is at the mercy of the customers. So my favorite part is the whole laundry in the trunk joke with Mrs. Tentacles, where you think they're stuffing her in the trunk violently, but no, it's just the laundry back there. The joke could have been a lot more tasteless if not done right, but it is just so hilariously funny and dark and just done perfectly. That is a great joke. Add to that a number of other great jokes, and the fact that Squidward actually gets back at Mr. Krabs for making him do so much work, and he gets along with SpongeBob and Patrick. It all adds up to one really good episode. This is definitely one of those episodes that I keep coming back to, and I think it's just as strong, if not stronger, than the best episodes from seasons 2 and 3. It really feels like they recaptured the magic of the characters here.
That's probably like a C review. The review is okay, but considering this is such a good episode, and Krusty Towers really kind of, it just like understands the concept of kind of turning, you know, the usual Squidward gets, you know, abused into like, well, Squidward's actually in on the fun this time. Like the fact that it's smart enough to know that they've done enough of those episodes that kind of subverting it and twisting it is like, you know, something that's novel for the fans, right? Like we see that and we're like, oh, that's great. Like, yeah. Anyway, I should have talked a little more about it.
So 69B. Mrs. Puff, you're fired. When Mrs. Puff gets fired, a drill sergeant takes her place. This drill sergeant character, Sergeant Saw Roderick, he is a really cool character, and it's cool to see someone be really stern with SpongeBob. And it's cool to see SpongeBob trying really, really hard to pass his test here. There's some great gags, a great character, and a really cool chase scene at the climax. It's a good episode. Oh, and if you're wondering about what clip is reused, it's the little clip of the sponge jumping out of the water.
For some reason, I really just don't talk a lot about Mrs. Puff episodes. I think we can give that another C tier, maybe. I definitely should have. Does this drill sergeant come back, by the way? Yeah, all right, I'll give it a D tier. I should have said a little more at least.
Episode 70A. Ghost Host. The Flying Dutchman crashes at SpongeBob's house and
I did not draw this face.
gives up on scaring people. This episode is basically Can You Spare a Dime mixed with Shanghai, in that it involves a character crashing at SpongeBob's place and pushing him too far, as well as a bunch of failed scaring attempts. I'm not a huge fan of deranged animation. I like it when it's used in the right context and with the right amount.
I don't even know if I agree with that anymore, to be honest. I feel like we get so little just like truly out there crazy animation these days. Like a lot of animation is like good, but doesn't go for the really like surrealist, strange craziness. I feel like I'm a little more into that these days than I used to be. But I'm still not a big Ren and Stimpy guy.
And I think it's used perfectly here. It's actually used so much that SpongeBob becomes unaffected by it, which is kind of like a nice little
Is unaffected a word? I don't think so. Unaffected is a word.
metaphor for what happens when you use that style of animation and humor and gross out, scare out, freak out type thing. After a while, it all just becomes kind of, you're not really scared by it anymore. You're not really freaked out by it anymore. It's just kind of there. There's a few really well-timed jokes, some very interesting animation, and nothing really offensive here. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that it is a good episode. There is one thing that bugs me about it though. Squidward doesn't believe in ghosts. So apparently both Mr. Krabs and Squidward, who have met ghosts, i.e. the Flying Dutchman, do not believe in ghosts. I know you guys aren't following continuity, but it'd be like if Mrs. Puff said she's never met a sponge before. It's just not true. Episode 7.
I did not like elaborate. I don't think that was a great review. I think that's maybe like a D-tier review. I didn't elaborate on enough. I feel like when a ghost is one of your side characters that's shown up several times at this point, it's a little silly. You know, that's not like one little continuity error. That's like I don't know. It's just a little silly, but it ultimately doesn't matter that much.
70B. Chimps Ahoy. SpongeBob and Patrick build a machine to impress Sandy's bosses.
In a recent episode, Mrs. Puff said she never met a sponge before. I don't believe you.
4 monkeys that are the size of squirrels, apparently. Yeah, this episode answers what Sandy's doing underwater, kind of. So she's there with a science program, I guess, to study undersea creatures, although none of her inventions in the episode actually have anything to do with being underwater. But I guess it's also made fun of in the episode where they say there's not much practical in creating tree domes underwater. So, like with all things in SpongeBob, you have to take it with a grain of salt. Anyway, this episode is alright. Yeah, it's not, like, fantastic or anything, but there's a few alright jokes, and there's really nothing bad here. I'm gonna go ahead and give it a good episode, but maybe only by, like, a hair. It's not that funny, but there are just enough jokes for me to consider it a good episode. I kinda like the joke of Mr. Dr. Professor Patrick. Something about Patrick pretending to be smart really works for this episode.
Yeah, it's an episode that definitely has more of a memorable vibe than a funny vibe. I'd give that a C review. I don't think that was particularly good or bad. It's a divisive episode, really interesting. The child abuse review. Oh no! Oh no! I do go on a tangent in this. Oh no! We could just skip this one, right? Oh no, guys! I don't want to hear myself talk about this.
Episode 71A, Whale of a Birthday. Mr. Krabs ruins Pearl's birthday by being cheap. It's one thing if you're a parent and you can't afford to give your kid a birthday party, but the fact that Mr. Krabs has all of that money and he refuses to get her even a cake is just really sad and comes off as just almost child abuse here.
I say almost, alright? That almost is carrying a lot of weight.
The episode isn't even funny. They try to make these jokes about Mr. Krabs being...
Also, is it Boys Who Cry? Is that the name of the band? That song is still in my head. I can hear it right now. So, like, I don't think this deserves SpongeBob.
Being cheap to Pearl, but it comes off as just really hurtful and flat and just mean-spirited in every possible way. This episode is terrible. It is clearly a
SpongeBob episode.
Clearly.
The only thing I like about it are the boys who cry. And no, I don't mean Squidward's performance, because that was creepy. And why does Squidward even like boys who cry? Doesn't he like classical music? Why would he like...
That's the joke, Pie Guy. Come on. Yeah, this is SpongeBob. This is SpongeBob review.
Like a cheap...
Would I give this a meh now? Probably. I think the fact that I remember the song from it is is probably good enough. Like, you know, that it's probably not a SpongeBob, but yeah. I mean, the thing is that like Mr. Krabs is truly despicable in this episode. It is true, but it's also obviously not that serious, and I shouldn't even say that in like a yeah, I don't know. I just shouldn't be saying this in the review. I did re-review it on Spongy Bits. Did I? Don't quote me on that. I think I did actually. I think I did. Hello, Coaster Fan.
Boy band. Ugh, this episode just is frustrating. And no, SpongeBob buying a bunch of gifts for Pearl does not redeem Mr. Krabs, because SpongeBob did it without Mr. Krabs' consent. And I'm pretty sure after the episode ended, Mr. Krabs is gonna go ahead and take all of that back. I don't care how sweet that moment looked at the end. Being a terrible parent like that cannot be redeemed by the actions of your employee. Ugh. Although, I guess it kinda clears up that, yes, Pearl is a biological daughter of Mr. Krabs because he had that "It's a Boy" banner since she was born.
That doesn't actually mean that. He was there, but I mean, there could have been surrogates or something. Thank you for the super chat, Artie. Wickstruck has sirens because it's under arrest for being a SpongeBob episode. Yeah, I don't know. I have to see Whale of a Birthday again. I think I don't. Did I ever do like a Square Theory or Spongy Bits about like Mr. Krabs' characterization? Because I think there kind of is something interesting to be discussed there about like how okay is it for Mr. Krabs to be incredibly, incredibly awful, like incredibly, irredeemably awful. I don't know that he has to be like season 1 Mr. Krabs. I don't think would be this awful, but at the same time, Mr. Krabs being kind of a parody of like ultra capitalist society, like, you know, I think works as well. So I kind of feel like, you know, I don't know. I feel like there's definitely a limit to how far you want to stretch his character. I don't mind him being the villain, but it's like, how irredeemable can you make him? And then still have him be likable in other episodes. I don't know if you heard that. One of my cats just meowed. Thank you for the super chat, Classic Luigi fan. In all fairness, while child abuse is a funny meme, I don't think I'd say child abuse is a funny meme. But I could understand being irritated with Mr. Krabs doing her birthday like that. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, again, there's a certain... It's just like there's a certain level of cruelty that just kind of passes the comedy. Like SpongeBob, Mr. Krabs selling SpongeBob's soul for a few pennies. Like it's funny. It's honest. It's so over the top. It's funny. But just I don't know. There's something about the parenting thing that's just I don't know. I don't know. I guess watch my re-review of Whale of a Birthday to see my more updated opinions on it. Can we see the cat? No, she's not allowed in this room. She's outside.
Episode 71B, Karate Island. Sandy must fight her way up a tower to rescue SpongeBob. So this episode takes on the whole karate kung fu genre, but it also has a lot of references to a lot of different things, from Kill Bill to Naruto. Heck, some characters even look like they're in a bad dub with their mouths not syncing up. And I don't know if this is an intentional reference to 4Kids, but there's a mention of jelly donuts. My favorite part of the episode is the whole timeshare twist. I don't really know if kids quite understand what timeshares are. I'm not even sure if I still entirely know what a timeshare is.
So a timeshare is a scam. It's a scam where you pay for owning a property for only a few days, quote unquote owning it. For a few days, and then you share that cost with other people, and you get to go there on vacation, but then they hit you with a bunch of extra fees. And you also have to keep it, like, pristine and all this other stuff. Thank you, DDD. The Summer Party did Mr. Krabs interfering with Pearl's party plot better. Yeah, I think the thing is really is just like I think you can have Mr. Krabs be as despicable as you want, but I think you have to be smart about it, about the comeuppance he gets, about does he try to redeem himself in the end, There's like an art to it. I don't think you could just have Mr. Krabs be just as awful as you want, and like that's a part of his character. You could do that with Plankton. Like, you know, Plankton's evil, right? You could have him be as horrible as you want, and you don't have to worry about redeeming him or worrying about it. Weird that old pie guy mentions Kill Bill when it's clearly referenced to Bruce Lee. Yeah. I don't know what to say there.
But it's just so out of nowhere and such a stupid reason for this plot to be here. I just have to laugh at it. But yes, overall this is a good episode.
Wait, hang on. Karate Island is Jeanette McCurdy's favorite episode? How would you know that? When would she have said that? Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Pie Guy. Been years since I commented wishing you well as well, Hidden Flare.
So, there's only one thing that irks me about it, and it doesn't have to do with the episode itself. This episode was voted #1 in the best day ever poll.
This was big discourse in the SpongeBob community around this time.
Listen, the episode is perfectly fine. There's some great jokes that work, but come on, this is not the best episode of SpongeBob SquarePants.
I'm sorry, what did I say? SpongeBob?
Day ever poll. Listen, the episode is perfectly fine. There's some great jokes that work, but come on, this is not the best episode of SpongeBob.
SquidBob. That was either like a weird me stumbling over my words or maybe in audio editing I accidentally clipped out like a letter.
SquarePants. You can argue in the comments all you want over what the title of the best episode of SpongeBob is, but it is certainly not this episode. Episode 7.
Yeah, that review was okay. I'll give it a C. I could have said more. Again, Karate Island is another one that, yeah, it stands out for being kind of unique more than it does for being funny. But it is kind of funny. You heard it from LS Mark. Does LS Mark know Jeanette McCurdy?
72A. All that glitters. When SpongeBob's spatula breaks, he buys a fancy new one. Oh, this episode. Yeah, it's got a lot of SpongeBob screaming and being naked. And really not much else. I feel like this episode doesn't have a lot of substance. My favorite part is one of a few montages in the episode, and even that isn't actually too interesting. It's slightly amusing to see SpongeBob fight a pirate with a spatula, but other than that, most other things in this episode just fall really flat. Plus, the episode is predictable as all get out. You know exactly what's gonna happen as soon as he gets the new spatula, and it's not really any fun to watch. Bet his new spatula isn't even hydrodynamic. But yes, this is a
SpongeBob episode.
And a particularly frustrating one.
How intensely would I put all that glitters on the SpongeBob scale if I still don't like it? Honestly, I don't remember anything about it. SpongeBob's naked for a bunch of the episode, I think. And that's all I remember. And the spatula's like evil. Or not evil, or he's just like British and mean. I don't know. This review was fine. I think a C. I don't think there was anything great about that review. I don't have like a good rant on that.
Episode 72B.
I do remember my spongy bits on that being better though.
Wishing you well. SpongeBob is put in charge of the Krusty Krab's new well. So my favorite part of this episode is the songs, especially the first time he sings. There's something very ironic about SpongeBob.
Also, I don't know why you guys want me to read the fun fact again. Like, I guess because I understand a lot of people just listen to these reviews. Like, I have them on in the background. Like, that's totally fair. I definitely, oh, the spatula is French? Wait, he's not British? That shows how much how little I remember all the glitters. Thank you for the super chat, Jemmy. Nice to see you back. Been watching for 100+ years. Wow, that's pretty amazing. What was it? Oh yeah, reading out the fun fact. I understand you guys are listening to this, but like not reading the fun fact, I think it makes it flow better. You know, I could just get right into the review after the description.
Of singing about throwing your dreams down the well. I mean, on the one hand, it's like, yeah, you know, wish for things. Use the well as a metaphor for your dreams.
He's not evil, he's just British. What's the difference? JK. Thank you for the super chat, Ro.
But on the other hand, he's still telling you to throw them down a deep, dark well where no one else will ever see them. But I suppose that's the joke. Speaking of jokes, this episode also has the claustrophobic one, which is kind of a stupid joke, but it still makes me laugh every time. And there's some other good jokes in the episode. There's a few things I don't like, such as the stupid ending with Mr. Krabs turning into a crab with butter. I felt like there were more clever ways they could have made that wish come true. Also, insert your own Dark Knight Rises joke with Squidward trying to climb out of the well here.
Topical.
This is definitely...
Squidward, I was born in the well. I don't know. How do you do a Bane and Patrick voice at the same time? Squidward, I was born in the well. You were merely raised in it.
Definitely a good episode. Episode 73A.
Dated reference. Remember the Jersey Shore one in a couple of the first seasons? Yeah. Oh man. That was like a B tier review. That's all right. I say a few good things.
New leaf. Plankton quits the food industry and stops trying to steal the secret formula. I could see how this plot line could have been used as a good episode, but unfortunately, the thing's played very seriously. Mr. Krabs does something wrong to Plankton, because Plankton apparently has actually changed, and Mr. Krabs pretty much breaks into his place and breaks stuff, and then Mr. Krabs actually feels bad about it and becomes genuine friends with Plankton. It's really weird. Nothing in the episode is funny, and spoiler alert, Plankton actually hasn't turned over a new leaf, so all of it was pointless anyway. Honestly, if this were like a serious episode to transition Plankton into becoming some sort of weird knick-knack salesman, yeah, this episode could work, but everything has to go back to the reset button every single time. It's an episodic show, and if you know this, then there's no tension in the episode because obviously Plankton's gonna stay evil.
This review. I think I did a Spongy Bits on this one as well. It's tricky because on the one hand, part of me still kind of agrees with the whole that it's just like the rug pull ending is just kind of eye rolling. But another part of me feels like, well, of course they have to do that. But at the same time, you know, this is an exploration of what it would be like if they were friends. And that's kind of interesting, right? Like,
and obviously, it's part of some long-running scheme. If you're not thinking of that, then I guess the fake-out ending's pretty good, but it's kind of telling if that was my favorite part of the episode. Even that Robo Krabs cameo is messed up, because Robo Krabs exploded. He shouldn't still exist unless Plankton tried that same plan again, but this just goes to show that even when they try to throw in a little fan service for continuity, they screw it up. This episode is certainly a scumbag episode for not being funny and feeling too soap opera-y again. But don't worry, guys. There's a much better Plankton Mr. Krabs episode coming up soon.
Yeah. I think where I'd land today is just the fact that, like, they could have done New Leaf and maybe done a better way of reset buttoning, right? Make it so that Plankton was genuine and, I don't know, have a misunderstanding or like some other weird thing happens and it's Sandy's turn back time invention happens or something. You know what I mean? Like I can't think of anything that wouldn't also be stupid, but I kind of feel like maybe earning that happy ending for them and then having something outside of their forces ruin it could have been like a nice halfway between they have to hit the reset button and having a genuine ending. I don't know. I just don't know if I would put it in SpongeBob. I think it might have balanced out to a meh. I'm not sure. But I mean, I do explain myself decently well in the review, so I think we could maybe give it a C. Definitely not the best SpongeBob review. The SpongeBob reviews, I feel like I'm on I grade them a little harsher because they should be easier for me, right? They generally tend to be better reviews. So, I'm a little harsher. There is a Spongy Bits for this. Okay, cool. I think I ended up doing a Spongy Bits for most of the season 4 SpongeBob episodes. But yeah.
Episode 73B. Once bitten. When Gary starts biting everyone, they believe to have contracted a disease that makes them think that they are zombies. I should point out that this episode references both splinters and toenails. Needless to say, I was a little bit afraid. But yeah, this episode features some of that good old-fashioned bikini bottom hysteria. At the drop of a hat, the entire city will go nuts for one specific idea. The characters think they've been turned into zombies from these snail bites, and it plays upon some of the tropes, but I don't think it plays with them enough for it to actually be good parody or funny enough. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this episode a meh. It's got a few good jokes, and I actually do like the foreshadowing and genuine surprise of why Gary was acting the way he was, but on the other hand, you also have the stupidity of Patrick, which it's obvious from the start Patrick is an idiot and should not be telling people these things. Like, there's not really any suspense as to that, so it kind of balances out into meh category. I could see people really liking this episode, but I don't like it quite enough to be considered good.
Thank you for the super chat. Pran, once bitten is prototype fungus among us. Yeah, kinda. I really don't remember like anything about that episode. I think that's like a C. I don't really say too much. I know C tier is pretty bloated these days, but that's kind of where we're at. But yeah, I mean, we've season 4's gotten some good tiers here.
Episode 74A, Bummer Vacation. SpongeBob has to take a vacation to comply with the Fry Cook Union. What I really like about this episode is that it's very basic in its plot. All it really is that Mr. Krabs can't have SpongeBob working, so he's forced to take a vacation. But SpongeBob has to do whatever it takes to get back into the Krusty Krab so he can continue working. And matters are only made worse by Patrick taking his place, which is kind of a nod to Big Pink Loser. Probably unintentionally, but hey, it's there. With such a simple premise, you're allowed to do so many different things. I really like SpongeBob's crazy schemes to try and get back into the Krusty Krab. I like Mr. Krabs having to get rid of SpongeBob in increasingly weird ways. And I really like how this episode can go from being funny to genuinely creepy and disturbing in a matter of seconds. Both SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs act really creepy in certain parts of this episode, but it doesn't last too long, and usually it's for the sake of a joke. There's some nice subversions with SpongeBob and Patrick. It's a simple plot with a wide range of jokes, so it's definitely a good episode. Episode 70.
Apparently, I did say that this would get a meh if I were to review it again. I don't remember that. I don't know. That review was okay. I think it was a B tier.
B, wig strut. SpongeBob starts wearing a wig. Yeah, that's pretty much the entire plot. Well, people make fun of him for it, but yeah, that's about it. Sometimes simple plots aren't always the best. I really don't like this episode, and it's pretty much because most of the jokes in this episode are repetitious. People
The fact that this is not a sound effect, it's just what was happening. and I left it in.
make fun of SpongeBob because the wig looks stupid. SpongeBob misconstrues their insults as compliments and acts smug about it. Then as soon as SpongeBob loses the wig, everyone in Bikini Bottom gets one. It's not really funny so much as it is just annoying. I like the one part where everyone runs screaming out of the movie theater because of SpongeBob, and the people working there say, "I told you that movie was terrible." That's a funny line. But aside from that, there really isn't many jokes in this episode that work. And the entire plot is just kind of stupid and a little bit mean-spirited. I mean, yeah, the wig looks silly, but everyone in this episode just outright attacks SpongeBob. So I'm gonna go ahead and call this one a
SpongeBob episode.
Episode.
Do I say that it's under arrest in the spongy bits? Is that because I didn't acknowledge it there? Maybe I didn't even realize. I don't know. Maybe like I had my headphones on or something. I didn't. I also don't always edit with headphones on. You know, like if you don't have your headphones on and turned up, maybe you wouldn't hear that. I don't know. It was in the bottom text. Ah, okay. That's right. It's an S tier. I don't know, guys. The siren is funny, but my review is not great. I can't get. This can't be the first S tier, but it's pretty funny. It's honestly, genuinely very funny. I think I'll put it at B. Gosh. I give a much better review to Wigstruck in Spongy Bits, though. I remember that.
75A, Squidtastic Voyage. SpongeBob and Patrick shrink down and enter Squidward's body to remove a reed. There's a weird joke in this episode where SpongeBob's trying to pull a reed out of Squidward's throat, and it cuts to outside, and a parent is walking with their child, and like all sorts of weird noises are coming from Squidward's house, and she covers the kid's ears. I'm not entirely sure what kind of joke they were going for there, but I feel like it's dirty. My favorite joke of the episode is when Squidward can't control his body because of SpongeBob and Patrick were shrunk down inside of it, and he accidentally kicks Sandy, and he's got a nice little snarky remark afterwards. Aside from that, there are some good jokes here, but nothing fantastic, really. I'm gonna have to give it a meh. Mostly because Patrick is annoying stupid instead of funny stupid in this episode. Seriously, there's a point where stupidity just gets really frustrating to watch. You can have him do a few stupid things, but when his stupidity is the driving point of the plot, it's just really irritating. And Squidward's the butt of a lot of jokes without really deserving it in this episode. Plus, I've seen this plot before.
Hey,
75
recast finale. Oh no, I'm not excited. I don't want to hear this review. This review's this is a C tier review. I feel like I have like weird gender commentary in this episode that I don't know.
5B. That's no lady. Patrick disguises himself as a lady. Yeah. So, I'm a little bit surprised that this episode
Alright.
doesn't get talked about a bit more, because it's certainly interesting. Now, a cartoon character cross-dressed...
I mean, it is kind of funny, not funny, but it is kind of interesting that, like, the Rockabye Bivalve gets, like, homosexual, accusations. This is SpongeBob's turning people gay, but, like, this episode just came and went, and no one said anything about cross-dressing or any other sort of gender, non-gender normative stuff.
Is something that's fairly common and has happened ever since the days of Bugs Bunny. But it's more so the fact that Patrick, in disguise as Patricia, gets hit on by everyone, including Squidward and Mr. Krabs, who hires him, literally, just so he can hit on him, repeatedly. It feels like some sort of weird PSA for sexual harassment in the workplace. It's
You probably don't bring up sexual harassment in SpongeBob episode reviews, PIEGUY.
kind of uncomfortable to watch. Now, that being said, the episode does have some pretty funny jokes with the whole concept. I mean, when Mr. Krabs and Squidward find out that it's Patrick, the reveal is truly funny and really disturbing in a really funny way. And they do play with the fact that despite everyone's attracted to Patricia, Patrick is still really disgusting and weird and rude. I honestly was not sure what to give this episode, but after rewatching it like 3 times and much deliberation, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a meh episode. Episode 6.
Oh, okay, that review wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. What's the take on That's No Lady? Like, honestly, like, it is pretty creepy how Mr. Krabs hits on Patrick. I don't know it's a comedy cartoon, so maybe we just don't we just don't question these things. So, I think I'll put that maybe in a D tier, though. I could have maybe explained a little better.
Not sure what to give this episode, but after rewatching it like 3 times and much deliberation, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a meh.
But it is true. This was one of those episodes that, like, I did the whole, like, I did all the other reviews and stuff, and I was just like, I don't know what to give this episode. Like, I didn't think it was terrible. I didn't think it was amazing. Like, so I was like, I don't know. I guess meh. If I really can't come to a deliberation after three viewings, it's gotta go in meh.
Episode 68A. The Thing. Squidward gets trapped in cement, and Patrick and SpongeBob think he's a wild animal. This episode is just a terrible rehash of jellyfishing. Instead of being in a cast, Squidward is stuck in cement, and they don't know it's Squidward. But of course, they proceed to torture him, accidentally, anyway. And what did Squidward do that was so bad that warranted all this torture throughout the episode? Oh, he wanted a quiet day of watching public television.
Monster.
Yes, that monster. How dare he not entertain SpongeBob and Patrick's childish antics? Ugh. There really isn't much that can redeem this episode. There's a funny line about endangered species. Aside from that, there's not really much that's funny in this episode. And the only reason I like the musical twist at the end is because it's just so insanely random that somehow it works. And for a second, you think that maybe Squidward's gonna get to be happy. Yeah, it's a
SpongeBob.
You could definitely say that this episode is smelly. Episode 76.
What a line there. I think that's another. You think that's an A tier review? I think maybe that's a B tier. I think again, my SpongeBob reviews should be a little better, but that one was fine. Overall, I mean, we gotta just say season 4 reviews are just in general just a giant step up.
B. Hocus Pocus. SpongeBob thinks he magically turned Squidward into ice cream, even though he did not. This episode starts off really strong. I like the beginning when SpongeBob's making popcorn. I thought that was a very SpongeBob sequence. And even
A very SpongeBob sequence. What does that mean, Pie Guy?
the commercial for the Magic Kid is kind of funny, but after that, the episode is just kind of stupid. The fact that we know it's not Squidward the entire time kind of ruins it. Maybe if they didn't reveal that Squidward wasn't actually the ice cream, I would be able to think like, oh man, what's going on? What's gonna happen to Squidward? There's not really anything at stake in the episode. There's just like, okay, SpongeBob thinks it's Squidward, and also Patrick is really, really stupid here to the point where he would apparently like to eat Squidward, and top it all off with a really random parody of The Wizard of Oz. No, it's not even a parody because there's nothing funny about it. They didn't do any sort of play on it other than the fact that legs sticking out from behind the curtain was fake for some reason.
Sirens again.
Yeah, I don't really understand that joke. And it's just kind of there inexplicably. Nothing else about the episode says Wizard of Oz except for that. It just is really out of place. So, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call this episode
SpongeBob.
1. A lot of the stuff just falls flat. I don't even know if there are that many jokes to begin with, and that reference really is just pointless.
What do you guys think? Is this a good review or not? I don't remember Hocus Pocus, like, at all. So, once again, S tier for the Sirens. I don't know. I'll let you guys decide this one. What do we think? A tier, B tier, C tier, D tier? B tier, very good. Pistachio. Fun police. A tier, B tier, S tier. Right? Was I in an apartment or a house? Apparently I was in an unsafe neighborhood is where I was. C, B, A, B. Alright, it seems like we're averaging out to B. Boom. B for boom.
Episode 77A, Driven to Tears. SpongeBob becomes jealous when Patrick gets his license.
Whoa, I'm listening with headphones and the left and right audio channels are like desynced for this review for some reason. I must have accidentally
Are that
changed
many
it.
jokes to begin with, and that reference really is just pointless. Episode 77A, Driven to Tears.
Weird.
SpongeBob becomes jealous when Patrick gets his license. So I was originally going to write this episode off as Patrick being annoying, and the episode just...
Oh god, the audio is like this for the rest of the video? Really? Huh. What sort of mic did I use this on? Sounds like a phone mic. No, it wasn't a phone mic. It was probably the Blue Yeti.
not really being very funny. But when I watched it again, I actually realized there are some good jokes in this. Mr. Krabs has a joke about dreams, SpongeBob and Patrick's
Oh
joke
god,
about
what is happening in my head? Yeah, if you're not listening with headphones, it probably sounds fine, but oof.
the orphanage is kind of funny. And there's a few other funny moments, but there's also some sweet moments. Yeah,
It sounds like a demon has possessed me. Oh dear.
Patrick is kind of a jerk, but he never really goes full-on jerk, and his actions could be explained away by him just not being very aware of how sensitive of an issue it is for SpongeBob. Also, it's kind of a callback to Big Pink Loser. Patrick finally achieves something that SpongeBob never can, and he's proud of it, so it kinda makes sense why he's being a jerk here. And besides, it's all justified because the ending is really sweet, like sickeningly sweet. But what it does is make up for Patrick's behavior in the episode. And it's also kind of nice to see SpongeBob annoyed for once. Oh, and there's also a nice little callback where Patrick reminds
Sounds like your mic had a short in the right channel. Yeah, this is probably not an editing issue. This is probably a loose microphone connection.
SpongeBob to feed Gary because he forgets sometimes. Anyway, for all these neat little references and some good funny jokes, if not too many, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a good episode. Episode 77.
I thought that was a good review. I think that could be an A. Or I don't know. Is it good enough for an A? Is it good enough for an A? Do you think A tier review? I was a little distracted. All right, we'll go A tier.
B. Rule of Dumb. Patrick is named King and turns into a jerk. Yeah, we have 2 episodes in a row where Patrick is a jerk. But this time, there's not really much to redeem
I think I do a spongy bits on these episodes, right? If I do did I fix the audio there?
him. He is just a jerk through and through. And really, nothing about it is actually funny. My favorite part of the episode is the background music, but honestly, that's not really much of a redeeming factor at all. Besides, a lot of the same music is in Dunces and Dragons, and that is a much better episode. So I guess you could say that the title is quite fitting. Yeah, it's
a scumbag episode.
and it does not rule.
I didn't do a spongy bits for this. Oh, maybe I had it planned. I thought I did one. Maybe it's Square Theory. I don't know. I thought I did one between Driven to Tears and Rule of Dumb.
Cool. It is only dumb. Episode 78A.
That review's not great. I did a spongy bits on the bottom 5 episodes. Yeah, it might have been a Square Theory. Yeah, I don't think that was a great review. I'd be down for a D.
Born to be Wild. SpongeBob tries to form a biker gang to fight off enemy bikers. I might be crazy, but SpongeBob's voice sounds particularly high in this episode. I mean, it's been a little bit higher the entire season, but in this episode especially. Although they also make a meta reference about how SpongeBob is annoying, so I don't know, maybe it's on purpose. The plot twist at the end of this episode is really predictable, and the ride itself isn't that interesting. I guess there's nothing particularly bad about the episode, but there's really nothing that stands out about it either. The jokes, well, there aren't too many jokes. It's just kind of, There's some good visual gags, and I really like that random prospector that pops up out of nowhere, and I do like that SpongeBob rides the bubble transition. That's so random and weird. A lot of this episode is just people screaming and being afraid, and Mr. Krabs being a jerk. The entire episode is just so meh. I like that Patrick is wearing his Goofy Goober underwear, though. Episode 78.
Reference to the movie. Apparently I planned to do a spongy bits for both Driven to Tears and Rule of Dumb, but never did. There was also no Square Theory for this either. Interesting. I wonder how far. Maybe I got pretty far in making that. I don't know, because I remember it happening. But thank you for the super chat, Jeffrey. No message. Yeah, I think this is a B tier review. I don't remember anything about Born to be Wild, by the way. It's so. Yeah, I remember the bubble transition where he rides it. And it's like a biker gang or something, and they're like the Born to be Milds instead or something. That's about all I remember. I've taken my left headphone off. The right channel sounds like it was being broadcast over Discord with the standard noise reduction. I know it wasn't though, because Discord didn't exist yet. Yeah, fair point. Yeah, I've just been listening to the left headphone, and that's made this tolerable. I apologize for the audio issues. Jeez, YouTube will let me fix that, right? I can just like take it down, edit this, and pop it back up. Do I have a Discord? I do, but it's private.
B. Best frenemies.
Goofy Goobers is a common location in the modern episodes. Guys, you can't just tell me things that aren't true. You can't lie to me about what goes on in modern SpongeBob. There's just no way. So but honestly, I'm gonna drop the act for a second. Like, seriously? Like, so for like 10 years they like didn't really do a lot with like the canon of SpongeBob or these references, and then starting in season like 12 they decide to just bring literally everything back. Is that really how it goes? That's insane. That is such a weird way to make the series. What a strange thing. Well, I know the Goofy Goober peanut. Yeah, there's something where Patrick eats ice cream at Goofy Goobers or something. Patnocchio? I don't know. I did see one. There's a Godfather parody with the Goofy Goober and the Krusty Krab. Interesting. The writers are now just nostalgic for old SpongeBob.
Plankton and Mr. Krabs team up when a new business moves into Bikini Bottom. I really like this episode. Seeing Plankton and Krabs together as a sort of team, but still sort of enemies pairing, really works in this episode because it's not really something we've seen before. They've got this kind of weird Batman Joker vibe going on where they kind of
Could you tell that I was really into the Dark Knight at that time?
like their roles in their fighting each other. It's dissected
But to be fair, that is an apt comparison.
quite nicely here, and you see it a lot better in this episode than in New Leaf. Plus, I'm a sucker for wacky schemes. Now, I'll say this episode is a little bit light on the jokes, so if it wasn't for Krabs and Plankton being really awesome together in this episode, it would have definitely gotten a meh. But because of that awesome team up, in addition to some solid jokes, it is going to get the title of a good episode. So I like the fact that a lot of things are out of focus in this episode. Yeah, there's a weird twist where the kelp shakes are turning people into like hairy monsters, but it's never really explained what's doing it, or why, or how, or anything like that, or who's behind the entire thing. Episode 79A.
I thought that was a good review. I thought I gave the episode what it deserved. It was a good episode. It was a solid review. What do you guys think? Kelp shakes are basically all fast food today. Kelp shakes are slop. Did SpongeBob invent slop? Guys, if I ever did the SpongeBob reviews again, I'd have to do what all modern reboots do. I'd have to reference everything modern, okay? I'd come back and I'd be like, are you sick of AI slop? Let's watch some SpongeBob. How about we sit down and review 67 episodes? Well, I talk about how much my back hurts because I'm old. Thank you for the super chat. That guy, are you still a sucker for wacky schemes? I sure am. It's in the top bar under stereo mode. Oh, I can change it to mono. Yeah, let's see if that makes it better. Uh-oh, guys, I gave the video mono.
Patrick stole his jellyfishing net.
Does that fix
a
it?
good episode. So I like the fact that
It does
how
fix
or
it.
anything like that.
Thank
or
you.
Who's version of that quote there? There's also a line about you don't really know someone till
Okay, anyway. Back to the...
like hairy monsters, but it's never really explained.
SpongeBob calls Mr. Krabs Unk in one episode in the latest season. I don't even know if you're trolling anymore. I don't even know if you're trolling. Oh, no.
What's doing it, or why, or how, or anything like that, or who's behind the entire thing. Episode 79A, Pink Purloiner. SpongeBob thinks Patrick stole his jellyfishing net. It's a simple plot, but it's got some good jokes and some really good lines. In addition to that quote there's also a line about, you don't really know someone until you've stared at them through glass for 8 hours. I also like when Patrick grows an extra arm to try and protect the net from SpongeBob. The episode kind of had a secret box vibe to it, in that Patrick had a secret and SpongeBob really needed to find out. And it works pretty well. It's not a fantastic episode, but yeah, it's a good one. Episode 79.
That's like a C. This is clear. Like I'm exhausted. Like I'm done with these reviews. All right. We're getting to the end, and I gotta speed this thing up.
9B. Squidward. SpongeBob makes a puppet of Squidward, which soon replaces him. So, I like the design of Squidward, or Mini Squidward as they call him in the episode. I think it's kinda cool. And the idea of the episode is clever, I guess, but really all this episode boils down to is SpongeBob annoying Squidward in the first part of it, and then at the end it's just a bunch of random dance scenes, really. And there's a bit in there about Mini Squidward replacing Squidward, and it just comes off as kind of mean-spirited, because really, Squidward's doing his best to try and be nice to people and make jokes and stuff, and Mini Squidward's one-upping them with the same exact jokes. It's episodes like these that just make it feel like the universe is out to get Squidward. And SpongeBob is a real jerk here. He is controlling the Squidward puppet, right? I'm pretty sure that's what the episode's implying, although there's a slight hint that maybe it's just sentient on its own. But either way, it's really jerky for SpongeBob to just kind of stand around and let this happen to poor Squidward.
This is like the classic Bubble Buddy situation where it's like, I don't know, is it SpongeBob's fault or is this a sentient being?
Squidward. Isn't he supposed to like Squidward? Wouldn't he not want to, like, replace him? I mean, finding a little puppet to play with when Squidward isn't around is one thing, but having him replace him at the Krusty Krab? I mean, come on, SpongeBob, seriously? It's like Bubble Buddy all over again. And while it's certainly far from the worst episode, I'm gonna have to go ahead and give it a
SpongeBob.
because there really isn't anything I like about this episode. And in fact, it represents a lot of how the newer seasons treat Squidward. He doesn't do anything in this episode to deserve the treatment he gets. gets. He just wants to relax. And SpongeBob keeps on home invading him. I swear, you could take clips from this season alone and make it look like SpongeBob is a deranged psychopath stalking Squidward.
I mean, that's a later episodes. What's up with Mini Squid's legs in the icon? I don't know. Does he not look like that? I think that's maybe a C tier. Thank you for the super chat, Jeffrey, and thank you for the super chat, Richard.
Episode 80A, Best Day Ever. SpongeBob attempts to have the best day ever. Now, it's hard to talk about this episode without talking about the circumstances around it. See, Nickelodeon aired a big, long marathon all day long, pumping this up as the best day ever episode. Oh, this episode's gonna be so great. We were all expecting some kind of special, like a double-length episode, or heck, even like a triple or quadruple-length episode, or something like that, or even just a really special episode. And honestly, it's not that special. It's 11 minutes. And it's alright. It's not really bad, but it's not really funny.
Am I, like, alone in this, by the way, that feeling that, like, there should have been something more to the episode? Like, even within the episode, like, ignoring the promotions, like, it just feels like an episode that's, like, shouldn't there be more going on here? Like, I don't know, like, it goes by really fast.
Either. There's not really, like, any jokes in this episode at all. It's pretty much strictly plot and music number. And don't get me wrong, the music number is great. It's fantastic. Heck, the song was pretty much the reason why this episode got made. It came out before the episode, and I feel like they were like, wow, that's a great song, so let's make an episode around it. But the rest of the episode is just kind of SpongeBob doing stuff. The episode jumps from location to location and character to character, and little things happen, but none of it is really funny. The closest they get is when they do a shtick where SpongeBob has to try and break into Squidward's concert, and that part's by and large unrelated to the greater theme of the episode. So this episode kind of has a lot of stigma because, really, much like Plankton's army, Nickelodeon hyped this thing up like crazy, and in the end, it just wasn't what everyone was expecting it to be. Is it fair to judge an episode for the circumstances around it? Maybe, maybe not, but it's really hard to separate this from the way Nickelodeon promoted it, because it was promoted so heavily. Granted, they'd later use even flimsier excuses to give SpongeBob a 24-hour marathon, but it just feels kind of weird. You know what this almost feels like? It feels like maybe it was intended to be somewhat of a series finale. I mean, look at it. It features a lot of the recurring characters.
Honestly, it kind of feels like a 22-minute special that was, like, retooled at the last minute. Not the last minute, but just, like, retooled. And it's just like, oh, I don't know, we don't have enough material, just you know, he sings the song.
Except for Plankton for some reason. It's got a big music number, it's kind of grand at the end, we see Squidward even being nice to SpongeBob.
Thank you for the super chat, DDD. I have not seen any of the newer Fairly Odd Parents stuff.
He put him on the VIP list, SpongeBob helps everybody, and it kind of feels like an ending to a show like this. Of course it's not, and as I've said repeatedly, if a SpongeBob episode isn't funny, then it's not doing its job right. And the story itself is kind of satisfying to watch, but isn't great or anything. So it's on the fence, but I'm gonna go ahead and give it a meh. That being said,
I think it was on the fence of being ScumBob, but I think maybe meh is the right thing. I don't know. I don't remember a lot about it. The song is great. Don't get me wrong. The song is great. This episode is so nothing. It's basically an extended music video. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's very fair. I don't think it's fair to judge an episode for its marketing. It's more fair to be mad at the people marketing it. I mean, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Marketing does set expectations, and that does kind of matter. Mid-tier review. I thought I explained myself pretty well here. I would give this one an A. Personally. I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe a B. It's a music video with a mediocre episode dash. Honestly, that's probably a better review than I did. I'll be honest. You guys saying it's a music video is probably like the best way to describe it. Why is Squidward suddenly a god-tier clarinet player in this episode? Or good clarinet player in this episode? B? Alright, we'll go B. We'll go B for best day ever.
There are some nice things to see here, like Squidward being nice to SpongeBob, and Mr. Krabs even spending money on SpongeBob. Episode 80B, The Gift of Gum. Patrick gives SpongeBob a gross wad of gum. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I don't really have strong feelings for this episode one way or the other. I didn't mind watching it, but at the same time, I'm not really sure I could say I enjoyed it. I mean, there's nothing really terrible about the episode, but is any of it really funny? Don't get me wrong, I love the design and animation on the gum, but that's not really a joke. So, yeah, it's a meh episode. And that would be
Wait, what? That's it? Hang on. Is that the whole review? Oh my goodness. Pie Guy, I don't know if you'll see this, but your reviews mean the world to a lot of people, me included. Oh, thank you. And thank you for the super chat, Jeffrey. Pie Guy, it's good to see you back. If okay, what did you end up naming your kid? Yeah, that's just private. What are your opinions of K-pop Demon Hunters? I haven't seen it. Could it be a good review someday? I'm not really big into reviewing movies. Favorite Cartoon Network show? Gosh, that's a big one. Maybe Adventure Time. Do I still live in New Jersey? That's an excellent question. And thank you for the super chat, the anonymous person. We're gonna be wrapping things up pretty quick here. But yeah, what was this review? Hang on.
Mr. Krabs even spending money on SpongeBob. Episode 80B, The Gift of Gum. Patrick gives SpongeBob a gross wad of gum. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I don't really have strong feelings for this episode one way or the other. I didn't mind watching it, but at the same time, I'm not really sure I could say I enjoyed it. I mean, there's nothing really terrible about the episode, but is any of it really funny? Don't get me wrong, I love the design and animation on the gum, but that's not really a joke. So, yeah, it's a meh episode.
Any percent
and that
review.
would be...
I think a D tier. I don't think it's a ScumbBob review, right? S tier for short. I do say more than I thought I did. I just say it very fast. I think D tier's fine. Clearly, like, I was just like done at this point. I did genuinely put a lot of work into this video. I don't know if it shows, but like all of the musical cues I tried and the PyCons. Was this the first video ever with PyCons? It might have been. I'm not sure. All of the art that, like, a lot of it I drew and some of it I colored. Like, it wasn't just going on the internet and getting, royalty-free images or whatever. Like, anyway, I'm not saying it justifies it. I should have given The Gift of Gum a better review. Did I ever? It was the first with PyCons. That's cool. Did I ever go back and... I guess I didn't do a Spongy Bits on Gift of Gum. I should. Maybe someday. What did you guys think? Anyone that was around in this era of Pie Guy, what did you think when the PyCons came out? Was it cool? Was it horrible and lame and dumb? Was it like every other YouTuber doing this? Like, I don't remember. I don't know. I don't know what the inspiration was. I was just like, it'd be cool. I don't know. In the thumbnail, it looks like the sun has a military jacket. Let's take a look. It was cool. I love the PyCons. It feels incomplete without the PyCons, methinks. Pretty unique at the time. Yeah, I feel like too many YouTubers do that sort of thing these days. Maybe I'm wacky for this, but the first PyCons are my favorite. No, that's fair. The old PyCons still look great. Wow.
Every episode of SpongeBob Season 4 reviewed.
Oh yeah, the military jacket with the sun. I put a lot of effort even into like stupid things like this collage. Like I would put a lot of thought into like what would be where, like what's sitting on top of the letters and what's, I don't know.
Alright, time to look at stats. So, there were 18 good episodes, 10 meh episodes, and 10 ScumbBob episodes. To the surprise of absolutely nobody, this is definitely a mixed season. On the one hand, almost half the episodes are good, but on the other, that's a lot of meh and ScumbBob episodes, and a lot of the good episodes were very close to being meh, and a lot of the meh episodes were very close to being ScumbBob. Of course, that cuts both ways, and a lot of the ScumbBob episodes were very close to being meh. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I had a hard time reviewing a lot of these episodes. If you disagree with my opinion, then hey, no problems here, because sometimes it was just so close, I honestly had to go with my gut. As for the season...
Yeah, there was a lot of episodes in Season 4 that it really does feel like they had a good idea, but they just maybe didn't have enough time to add all of the jokes. Like, I wonder, this is just speculation, but I wonder if they were under a tighter time crunch to get this season out. Because season 3 took so long to produce because of the movie, I wonder if they were under like a tighter time crunch of like, they have to, you have to get it out. And the thing is that an episode, like a storyboard, has to ship with like a baseline functional story more than it has to ship with jokes, right? I would imagine, at least. You can't have half an episode, but like it's a really funny half of an episode. So I see someone keeps asking me about the Stanley S. SquarePants. We'll talk about that in season 5.
Rating. Well, good episodes outnumber the meh and the SpongeBob, but not when you put the meh and the SpongeBob together. There's definitely way too many SpongeBob and meh episodes to call it a good season, so I'm gonna call it a meh season. If this bothers you, then take solace in the fact that statistically there are more good episodes than bad or meh episodes, and keep in mind that the meh rating is certainly the middle ground. While not a good overall experience, it still has several good aspects, which is exactly how I would describe the season. Anyway, the SpongeBob episodes this season were Good Neighbors, Funny Pants, Whale of a Birthday, All That Glitters, New Leaf, Wigstruck, The Thing, Hocus Pocus, Rule of Dumb, and Squidward. I didn't really have too many expectations this time, but I will say I was pleasantly surprised when there turned out to be more good episodes than I was expecting. Now for my top 5. Number 5, Skill Crane. Number 4, Shelva Man. Number 3, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 6, the motion picture. Number 2, Krusty Towers, and number 1, Dunces and Dragons. In my opinion, I think any of these episodes could go toe-to-toe with some of the better episodes from seasons 2 and 3. That's how good they are.
That's true.
Now it's time for my bottom 5. And before any of you go complaining that I didn't do a bottom 5 for seasons 1, 2, or 3, remember, there were 3 SpongeBob episodes total.
Yeah, I don't want to hear you guys complaining.
I think you can figure out which were my least favorite episodes from those seasons. Anyway, at number 5, there's All That Glitters. Number 4 is Wigstruck. Number 3, The Thing. And number 2, Whale of a Birthday. And number 1, Good Neighbors. There's a reason why people throw that name around when they talk about bad episodes of SpongeBob. Every episode on this list was painful to watch. I seriously, very strongly dislike these episodes. There are some SpongeBob episodes that I don't like, and then there are these episodes that I think are just the worst of the worst. From child abuse to SpongeBob
alright.
screaming the entire episode. Ugh, terrible, terrible episodes. And not to mention, the worst thing that you can do is the Squidward torture episode done way, way wrong. Alright, final notes. As you've heard me say repeatedly throughout this, there were a lot of good plots here that just didn't end up being funny. That's most of the meh episodes in a nutshell. I think the storytelling in this season might be better than seasons 1, 2, or 3.
Do I feel like my opinion hasn't changed much? Like for season 4, again, it's more just that I don't have as good a recollection of these episodes. Whereas the first 3 seasons, I like they're just imprinted in my mind. But yeah, there's a few things I would have changed for sure. Whale of a Birthday definitely would not have been that high up on the SpongeBob list if it still got a SpongeBob today.
With more complex plots and interesting character dynamics. But
yeah, I mean, fair enough, River Bay, that throwing around things like child abuse or other things on the internet 10 years ago, like, you used to just say these things. They basically, like, growing up with the internet, it was a wild west of, like, saying, like, oh, that's racist. Like jokes like that, because I think a lot of us were kids that we didn't know how to really grapple with these more serious issues, so all we could do is just make dumb jokes and kind of throw them around. I'm not saying it was okay, but it's just like that was the context of what it was back then. It wasn't like that serious. Obviously, now it's like, well, yeah, I would never casually throw something around in a review.
if it's not funny, it's not a good episode. Plain and simple. So the bad characterization bug is here and there in this season. Aside from Mr. Krabs, SpongeBob gets it the worst. There seems to be very few episodes where he plays the straight man. In a lot And I mean, like, the majority of these episodes, he's just the goofy, wacky, stupid, hyperactive kid. And seeing that all the time is really exhausting. Seasons 1 through 3, they kept a mix between stupid SpongeBob and more mature adult SpongeBob. There's a lot of instances of SpongeBob just laughing for minutes on end, crying for minutes on end, and screaming for minutes on end. Neither of which are interesting or good or pleasant to the ears. So there's a few recurring themes in this season. They are therapy, photo albums, and hospitals. Each of these themes shows up in no less than 3 episodes this season. See if you can find them all. The season also felt very Krusty Krab oriented. It just seems like this season is way more focused on it than usual, and especially on Mr. Krabs. And really, it's no wonder why a lot of these episodes ended up as not being funny, because if Mr. Krabs is in them, the only jokes they can seem to make is her, he likes money, and her, he's cheap. And in a completely random note, Plankton's mouth turned purple for some reason. Yeah, in a few episodes this season, it's red like it always was, but
who cares,
in a few others, it's
on.
purple. Why? I have no clue. SpongeBob is a lot of things, but consistent it is not. Alright, time for special thanks. Thanks to Encyclopedia Spongica, formerly known as the SpongeBob Wiki, for its wealth of information on SpongeBob. Special thanks to SpongeBuddy Mania, the awesome forum that has supported me and initially gave me the idea for this. Special thanks to Incompetech for the awesome music.
Yeah!
And an extra special thanks to a very special person by the name of Erin, who drew most of the art you see here. Seriously, she made this video look awesome. And with that, I bid you adieu. PIEGUYRULZ out.
Alright. Well, this was wonderful, guys. Thank you for joining me yet again. The song is imprinted in my mind and gives me a lot of nostalgia. You and me both. You and me both. How do I decide if it's light on the ScumbBob scale? It's really just like, was I deciding? Was it tough for me to decide whether it was meh or ScumbBob, or was it just kind of like obvious? Yep, you're catching the tail end of the stream. Sorry. So, here's where we're at. We do have some A-tier stuff going on. Some B-tier stuff. A lot of C-tier. D-tier. And a few ScumbBobs. But, yeah, really there's only one ScumbBob. Let's see. Oh, why would I change Wheel of a Birthday or whatever? It's honestly, it's just like calling it child abuse. It's just like a serious term that it's just like, you know, I think Mr. Krabs maybe didn't do right by Pearl in that episode, but it's also a cartoon, and so like throwing around words like that it's just not really necessary, you know? That's kind of how I see it. Obviously, if it was real life, I guess you would probably count it that way, but like there were better words I could have used to have described it at the very least, and I also just feel like I don't know. I feel like I probably would like that episode a little more these days. But yeah, I am about to head out, everyone. So get your last comments in now. Do I still consider Good Neighbors the worst of season 4? Thank you for the super chat, Dorothy. Well, what else we got? Hocus Pocus, The Thing, Wigstruck. Maybe I would have to see the episodes again, obviously, but there might have been like a little element of like everyone hated this episode at the time. Everyone was very strongly against it. I definitely think it's a bad episode, but perhaps I was swayed a little bit just by the internet at the time. I do have a burning hatred for Wigstruck. I think people who saw the Spongy Bits know that, and The Thing as well. Those two are pretty dang bad. So, but yeah. All right. Anything else, guys, or I'm about to head out. Yeah. So I won't be around next weekend, but hopefully, maybe the next weekend we'll be doing something. But we'll see. There's no set schedule, but probably the weekends. So, everyone, have a great night. Thank you so much for coming. This was wonderful again. So, PIEGUYRULZ out.